Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here. Tonight, or whenever you're watching this, we're diving deep into something really special. They're unspoken messages. We're going to be tuning into what's not being said, the things that are felt, the vibes that are there, you know. It's going to be a super chill, ASMR style reading, so get cozy and let's see what surfaces from the quiet spaces. So, what makes this reading unique? We're not just looking at words, we're going way beyond that. Think of it like, tapping into a secret language, the language of energy. We're uncovering hidden feelings, intentions, and maybe even a few surprises. So just relax and get ready to receive what's meant for you. All right, let's meet our piles. First up, we have this gorgeous Labradorite tower. This is all about shielded whispers, messages filtered through layers of defense and intuition. Next, we've got this raw turquoise crystal representing an unleashed voice, the raw, unfiltered truth yearning to be expressed. Then we have this carnelian heart, which embodies burning embers, messages forged in the fires of passion and change. And finally, we have this sapphire point, channeling silent resonance, messages that echo deeply within your core being. Which one is calling to you? Take a deep breath, maybe close your eyes for a second, and just see which crystal you're drawn to. There's absolutely no pressure to choose quickly, and it's totally okay if you feel pulled to multiple piles. That just means there are multiple messages for you. Now, let's take a moment to make a wish. Just focus on what you're hoping to gain from this reading, what unspoken message you're seeking. And remember, trust your intuition. Whatever pile you choose is exactly where you're meant to be. Let's dive in. Okay, hey there. Welcome to your reading. With the Labradorite Tower as our pile marker, we're talking about shielded whispers, messages filtered through layers of defense and intuition. Labradorite is all about protection and going with your gut, so this reading is really about those subtle messages you might be picking up on, even if they're not being said directly. It's like, what are you sensing beneath the surface, and how can you trust your intuition to guide you? Okay, so let's dive right into these cards. First up, we have the Page of Wands. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so pages are all about new beginnings, right? New energy, fresh starts, a spark of inspiration. And wands are fire, so we're talking passion, creativity, action. But being a page, it's not fully formed yet, you know? It's like the initial idea, the first step, but maybe a little hesitant, a little unsure. So with the Page of Wands here, it feels like there's definitely some new energy coming in, a new idea, a new passion project, maybe even a new person who's bringing this energy into your life. But it's not like bam, full force. It's more like a gentle nudge, a little spark that's just starting to flicker. Does that make sense? I feel like this is the kind of energy that's almost shy. Like it's there, it's present, but it's not quite ready to fully reveal itself. Maybe you're feeling this way yourself. Like you have this amazing idea, this burning desire, but you're also a little scared to put yourself out there, to take that first leap. Or maybe it's someone else who's feeling this way about you. Like they're interested, they're intrigued, but they're not quite ready to make a grand gesture. They're testing the waters, you know, seeing if the feeling is mutual. And because we have that theme of shielded whispers, it's like this energy is being communicated in subtle ways. It's not like someone's shouting their feelings from the rooftops, it's more like glances, maybe lingering a little longer than usual. Or, a carefully worded text message. You know, something that hints at more but doesn't fully commit. It's all very intriguing, isn't it? I'm excited. This could also be about a new skill you're developing. Like you're just starting to learn something new and you're feeling that initial excitement, but also that beginner's nervousness. You're not quite confident in your abilities yet, but you're eager to learn and grow. And that's the Page of Wands energy right there. It's all about potential, about the journey ahead, about taking those first tentative steps. Now, with the Labradorite, it's like you need to trust your intuition here. Pay attention to those subtle cues, those little signs that are being sent your way. Don't dismiss them as nothing, because they could be leading you to something amazing. But also, be mindful of your own energy. Are you holding yourself back? Are you afraid to express your own passions and desires? The Labradorite is protecting you, but it's also encouraging you to step into your power. So, if you're feeling that Page of Wands energy, don't be afraid to embrace it. Explore it. See where it takes you. Even if it feels a little scary at first, trust that you're being guided and protected. Okay, and let's dig a little deeper, because wands, being fire, can also be impulsive. So, this page could also represent a warning to not jump into things too quickly. To think before you act. Especially with that theme of unspoken messages, it's important to be clear in your communication. Don't assume that people know what you're thinking or feeling. Be direct, be honest, but also be kind. And if you're receiving mixed signals from someone, don't be afraid to ask for clarification. It's better to be clear than to make assumptions that could lead to misunderstandings. And trust me, with the Page of Wands, things can get misunderstood real quick. You know what I mean? You can get burned, because fire, but I'm excited for you here. Okay, so I'm also getting a sense that this Page of Wands energy might be related to your inner child. What were you passionate about when you were a kid? What made you feel excited and alive? Maybe there's something there that you've forgotten about, something that you need to reconnect with. And this could be the perfect time to do that. To rediscover that spark of joy and creativity that's been dormant for too long. And honestly, that's just so cool. I love that for you. Let me know if this is resonating, because I'm seriously getting excited about this Page of Wands energy. It's like a little firecracker just waiting to explode with potential. And firecrackers can be scary, but they're also super fun. And I think that's the key here, to approach this new energy with a sense of playfulness and curiosity. Don't take yourself too seriously, just see where it leads you. And remember, with the Labradorite, you're protected. So even if things don't go exactly as planned, you're still safe. You're still being guided. Trust your intuition, trust the process, and have fun. Because that's what the Page of Wands is all about. It's about embracing the journey, not just the destination. Oh, I'm getting chills. I'm telling you, this is going to be good. This is going to be really good. Just hold on tight, okay? Because it's about to get even more interesting. Because then we have the Hierophant, which adds a whole other layer to this whole thing. So buckle up, because we are diving deep. The Hierophant. Okay, so this is a major arcana card, which means it's a big deal, right? It represents tradition, institutions, established systems, and beliefs. It's like the opposite of the Page of Wands in some ways. The page is all about breaking free, exploring new possibilities, while the Hierophant is about adhering to the rules, following the established path. So, we've got this tension already, right? Between the new and the old, between freedom and structure. And with our theme of shielded whispers, it's like there's a conflict between what you want to do and what you feel like you should do. Are you feeling that? Maybe you have this amazing idea that the Page of Wands is representing, but you're also feeling this pressure to conform to expectations, to follow the rules, to do what's right. And that can be a really tough situation to be in, because you want to be true to yourself, but you also don't want to disappoint anyone. You don't want to rock the boat. You know what I mean? You want to honor your family, your community, your traditions, but you also want to live your own life. And sometimes, those two things can feel like they're in direct conflict. And that is what I'm feeling right here. A massive conflict. So the Hierophant can represent a mentor, a teacher, someone who embodies these traditional values. This could be a parent, a grandparent, a religious leader, or even just someone you admire and respect. And this person might be giving you advice, guidance, or even just subtly influencing your decisions. And their intentions are good. They want what's best for you. But their idea of what's best for you might not align with your own. And that's where the conflict comes in. It's like they're speaking from a place of experience, of wisdom, but their wisdom might be outdated. It might not apply to your situation. Or it might just not resonate with your soul. And with the Labradorite, it's like you need to discern whose voice you're listening to. Are you listening to your own intuition? Or are you letting other people's opinions and expectations drown out your inner voice? This is a time to really get clear on what you believe, what you value, and what you want for your life. Don't just blindly follow the rules. Question everything. Challenge the status quo, but also be respectful. Be mindful of the people who care about you. Try to find a way to honor their traditions while still staying true to yourself. It's a tricky balance, right? And with those shielded whispers, it's even harder to navigate, because you're not getting clear, direct communication. You're getting subtle hints, unspoken expectations, and that can be really confusing. Okay, so the Hierophant can also represent organized religion, spirituality, and belief systems. So maybe you're questioning your faith. Maybe you're feeling disillusioned with the church or with organized religion in general. And that's okay. It's okay to question things. It's okay to explore different paths. The Hierophant isn't necessarily saying that you have to stick with the traditional path. It's just saying that you need to be aware of the traditions, of the beliefs, before you decide to break free from them. You know, it's like you can't reject something that you don't understand. So, take the time to learn about your own spiritual heritage. Explore different religions and philosophies. See what resonates with you, and then make your own informed decision about what you believe. And again, with the Labradorite, trust your intuition. If something doesn't feel right, don't force it. Don't try to fit into a mold that doesn't suit you. You are unique, you are special, and you deserve to find a spiritual path that aligns with your soul. I truly believe that. And honestly, this is like hitting home for me right now. Because I went through something similar a few years ago, questioning everything, feeling lost and confused. But it was also a really powerful time of growth and transformation. And I came out of it with a much stronger sense of who I am and what I believe. And I think that's what's happening for you right now. You're being challenged to question your beliefs, to challenge your assumptions, to step into your own power. And it might be scary, but it's also incredibly liberating. So embrace the challenge, embrace the uncertainty, and trust that you're being guided to where you need to be, okay? Because the universe has your back. It really does. And if you're feeling lost or confused, don't be afraid to seek guidance from others. But make sure you're choosing your mentors wisely. Choose people who are supportive, who are open-minded, and who encourage you to think for yourself. Don't just blindly follow anyone. You are your own guru. You have all the answers you need inside of you. You just need to learn how to access them. And with the Labradorite, you have that protection, that intuition to help you find your way. Okay, so like on a more practical level, the Hierophant can also represent institutions like schools, universities, and workplaces. So maybe you're feeling stifled in your current job or academic program. Maybe you're feeling like you're not being allowed to express your creativity or your individuality. And if that's the case, it might be time to make a change. It might be time to look for a new job, a new school, or even a new career path. But again, don't jump into anything too quickly. Think things through, weigh your options. And make sure you're making a decision that's in alignment with your values and your goals. And with those shielded whispers, it's important to communicate your needs and your desires to the people in charge. Don't just suffer in silence. Speak up, let them know how you're feeling, but do it in a respectful and professional way. You know, you don't want to burn any bridges. But you also don't want to compromise your own well-being. And that's the key here, to find a balance between honoring tradition and expressing your individuality. To find a way to thrive within the system without sacrificing your soul. And I know it's possible. It might take some effort, some creativity, and some courage, but it's definitely possible. So don't give up. Keep searching. Keep questioning and keep trusting your intuition, because you're on the right path, even if it doesn't always feel like it. Okay? I believe in you, I really do. And honestly, this whole Hierophant energy is just so powerful. It's like a call to action, a call to authenticity, a call to step into your own power. And I'm so excited to see what you do with it. I'm seriously so excited. So with all that tension, how does the Ten of Cups come in? This card feels like a breath of fresh air after all that heavy Hierophant energy, doesn't it? The Ten of Cups is all about harmony, happiness, fulfillment, and emotional well-being. It's like the ultimate goal, the happy ending. But it's not just about personal happiness, it's about shared happiness. It's about creating a life that's filled with love, joy, and connection with others. Family, friends, community, all those beautiful things. It's about feeling like you belong, like you're part of something bigger than yourself. So, seeing this card after the Page of Wands and the Hierophant, it feels like this is what you're striving for. This is the potential outcome if you can successfully navigate the challenges and tensions that those other cards are presenting. It's like, if you can find a way to balance your own desires with the expectations of others, if you can find a way to honor your traditions while still expressing your individuality, then you can create a life that's truly fulfilling and harmonious. And that is seriously amazing. That's like the best possible outcome, right? It's like you're building a foundation for lasting happiness and love. A home filled with laughter, support, and unconditional acceptance. And who wouldn't want that? But here's the thing. The Ten of Cups isn't just going to magically appear. You have to work for it. You have to create it. You have to be willing to put in the effort to build those relationships, to cultivate that sense of community, and to nurture your own emotional well-being. And that takes time, energy, and commitment. It's not always easy. There will be challenges, there will be setbacks, there will be times when you feel like giving up. But if you keep your eye on the prize, if you keep focusing on that vision of happiness and harmony, then you can achieve it. I truly believe that. And with the Labradorite, you have that protection, that guidance, to help you stay on track. Okay, so with those shielded whispers, it's like the key to achieving this Ten of Cups energy is open and honest communication. It's about creating a safe space where you can express your feelings, your needs, and your desires without fear of judgment or criticism. It's about listening to others with empathy and compassion. And it's about being willing to compromise, to negotiate, and to find solutions that work for everyone. And I know that can be hard, especially when you're dealing with conflicting opinions or expectations. But it's so worth it, because the reward is a life that's filled with love, joy, and connection. And that's priceless. Okay, so I'm also getting a sense that this Ten of Cups energy is related to your family of origin. Maybe you're working on healing some old wounds, resolving some past conflicts, or creating a stronger bond with your loved ones. And that can be a really challenging process, especially if there's been a lot of pain or dysfunction in the family. But it's also incredibly rewarding, because when you heal your family relationships, you heal yourself. You break free from the patterns of the past, and you create a new foundation for the future. And that is seriously powerful. And I'm so excited for you. So, the Ten of Cups isn't just about romantic love, it's about all forms of love. It's about the love between family members, between friends, between community members, and even between strangers. It's about recognizing the inherent worth and dignity of every human being. And it's about treating everyone with kindness, compassion, and respect. And that's how you create a world that's filled with happiness and harmony. It's not just about achieving your own personal goals, it's about contributing to the greater good. And that's what the Ten of Cups is all about. It's about creating a ripple effect of love and joy that spreads out into the world and touches the lives of everyone you meet. And again, with the Labradorite, trust your intuition, follow your heart, and let your love shine brightly for all to see. Because you have the power to create a life that's truly magical, a life that's filled with happiness, harmony, and unconditional love. And that's the message of the Ten of Cups. It's a message of hope, a message of inspiration, and a message of infinite possibility. So embrace it, believe it, and let it guide you on your journey. Okay? Because you deserve it. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved. And you deserve to live a life that's filled with joy, abundance, and fulfillment. Putting it all together, it feels like you're at a crossroads, right? You've got this new energy, this spark of inspiration that the Page of Wands is bringing in. But you're also feeling the weight of tradition, the expectations of others that the Hierophant is representing. And the Ten of Cups is that vision of harmony and happiness that you're striving for. So, the key is to find a way to balance those competing forces, to honor your traditions while still expressing your individuality, to trust your intuition while still seeking guidance from others, and to communicate openly and honestly with the people you love. Because when you can do that, you can create a life that's truly magical, a life that's filled with happiness, harmony, and unconditional love. And with the Labradorite protecting you, you can trust your intuition, navigate those shielded whispers, and create the life you've always dreamed of. Okay, so then we have the Seven of Swords. Wow. Okay, this is definitely throwing a wrench into things, isn't it? Like, we had that beautiful Ten of Cups energy, that potential for happiness and harmony, but now we've got the Seven of Swords, which is, well, it's not exactly sunshine and rainbows, you know? So, the Seven of Swords. Generally, this card is about deception, trickery, feeling like you have to sneak around to get what you want. It's about being strategic, maybe even a little manipulative. It's about feeling like you can't be totally honest or upfront about your intentions. And with our theme of shielded whispers, it's like these deceptive actions might be happening in secret, behind the scenes. You might not even be fully aware of what's going on, or maybe you're the one who's doing the sneaking around. See, in this card, you usually see someone sneaking away with these swords, right? Like they're getting away with something. But are they really succeeding? I don't know. It looks like they are leaving some behind, so it might not be a total win, And that's what I feel here. It's like you might think you're getting away with something, but there could be consequences down the road. There's always consequences, right? So, how does this tie into everything else we've already talked about? Well, remember that Page of Wands, that new energy, that spark of inspiration. Maybe you're feeling like you have to be sneaky to pursue that passion. Maybe you're afraid that other people won't approve or that they'll try to hold you back. So, you're keeping it a secret, you're working on it behind closed doors, you're not being totally honest about what you're doing. Does that resonate? And then we have the Hierophant, right? All about tradition and expectations, and feeling like you should be doing things a certain way. Maybe the Seven of Swords is showing up because you're feeling suffocated by those expectations. You want to break free, you want to do your own thing, but you're afraid of disappointing people. So you're resorting to sneaky tactics, to bending the rules, to finding loopholes so you can do what you want without causing too much drama. I feel that. Or, maybe someone else is being sneaky. Someone else is, trying to undermine you or sabotage your efforts. Someone is not being totally honest with you. And with those shielded whispers, it's hard to know who to trust, right? It's hard to know what's really going on. You're picking up on these subtle cues, these little red flags, but you're not sure if you're just being paranoid or if there's actually something to be concerned about. And that Labradorite is so important here, right? Because it's all about trusting your intuition. It's about listening to those gut feelings, even when they don't make sense logically. If you're getting a sense that something's not right, don't ignore it. Pay attention, dig a little deeper. Because the Labradorite is protecting you, it's guiding you, it's helping you see through the deception. But let's be real here. The Seven of Swords can also be a warning about your own behavior. Are you being totally honest with yourself? Are you being totally ethical in your actions? Are you cutting corners? Are you making excuses for your behavior? Because if you are, that's gonna come back to bite you, Karma's a thing, right? It's you might think you're getting away with something now, but eventually the truth will come out. And when it does, it could damage your relationships, it could damage your reputation, it could damage your own sense of self-worth. And that's not worth it, right? It's always better to be honest and upfront, even when it's hard, even when it's scary. So, with this Seven of Swords, I am getting the sense of feeling do you feel like you're taking something that isn't yours? Not necessarily physically stealing it, but more are you taking credit for someone else's work? Are you exaggerating your accomplishments? Are you using other people to get ahead? Because sometimes we do these things without even realizing it. We're so focused on our own goals, on our own desires, that we don't stop to think about the impact our actions are having on others. And that's not cool, right? We need to be mindful of our impact. We need to be aware of the consequences of our choices. And with the Ten of Cups being the ultimate goal here, it's you can't achieve that true happiness and harmony if you're building it on a foundation of lies and deception. It's just not sustainable, It might look good on the surface, but eventually it's gonna crumble. So this Seven of Swords is really asking you to take a good, hard look at your own behavior. To be honest with yourself about your intentions, your motivations, and your actions, and to make sure that you're living in alignment with your values. Okay, so, another way to look at this Seven of Swords is that it's about feeling like you have to choose between two bad options. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and no matter what you do, someone's gonna get hurt. Or you're gonna have to compromise your values in some way. And that's a really tough position to be in, right? Because it feels like there's no right answer. It feels like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But even in those situations, there's always a choice. There's always a way to minimize the damage, to find a solution that's as ethical and compassionate as possible. And like with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the wisdom and the strength to make the right choice, even when it's hard, even when it's painful, because you're not alone. You're being guided, you're being protected, and you're capable of handling whatever comes your way. Okay, so I'm also getting a sense that this Seven of Swords might be related to your communication style. Are you being direct and honest in your communication? Or are you being passive-aggressive? Are you sugarcoating things? Are you avoiding difficult conversations? Because sometimes we resort to sneaky tactics in our communication because we're afraid of confrontation. We're afraid of hurting someone's feelings. We're afraid of rocking the boat. But that's not healthy, right? It's not fair to the other person, and it's not fair to yourself. It's always better to be honest and upfront, even when it's uncomfortable, to express your needs and your desires in a clear and respectful way, and to be willing to listen to the other person's perspective, even if you don't agree with it. Because that's how you build trust. That's how you create strong, healthy relationships. And with those shielded whispers, it's even more important to be clear in your communication. Because if you're not being direct, people are gonna fill in the blanks with their own assumptions, their own interpretations. And that can lead to misunderstandings, to hurt feelings, and to conflict. So this Seven of Swords is really a call to be more mindful of your communication style, to be more honest, more direct, and more respectful in your interactions with others. Okay, so let's talk more about that deception aspect, right? Because it's not always about big, dramatic lies. Sometimes it's about these little white lies that we tell ourselves and others to make things easier, to avoid conflict, or to protect our own egos. Maybe you're telling yourself that you're happy in your current job, even though you're secretly miserable. Or maybe you're telling yourself that you're not ready for a relationship, even though you're secretly longing for connection. Or maybe you're telling yourself that you're not good enough, even though you're secretly incredibly talented and capable. These little lies might seem harmless on the surface, but they can be incredibly damaging in the long run. Because they prevent you from living your truth. They prevent you from pursuing your dreams, and they prevent you from experiencing true happiness and fulfillment. So, this Seven of Swords is really asking you to examine those little lies that you're telling yourself, to be honest with yourself about what you really want, what you really need, and what you're really feeling. And to start taking steps to live in alignment with your truth. And with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the strength and the courage to face the truth, even when it's scary. Because the truth will set you free. It will allow you to break free from those limiting beliefs, those self-sabotaging patterns, and those toxic relationships. Okay, so another thing I'm thinking about with this Seven of Swords is are you feeling undervalued? Are you feeling like your contributions aren't being recognized? Are you feeling like you have to fight for every little thing? Because sometimes, when we feel undervalued, we resort to sneaky tactics to get what we deserve. We might exaggerate our accomplishments, we might take credit for other people's work, or we might even try to sabotage our colleagues to make ourselves look better. But that's not the answer, right? It's not gonna make you feel better about yourself in the long run. It's just gonna create more resentment, more conflict, and more insecurity. The answer is to advocate for yourself in a healthy and assertive way, to communicate your value to your superiors, to ask for the recognition and the compensation that you deserve. And if they're not willing to give it to you, then it might be time to look for a new job, a new opportunity, where you will be appreciated and valued. And with the Ten of Cups being the ultimate goal, it's about creating a life where you feel valued, where you feel appreciated, and where you feel like you're making a meaningful contribution. And that starts with valuing yourself. That starts with recognizing your own worth. And that starts with advocating for your own needs. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into the shadow side of this Seven of Swords. Because this card can also represent feeling betrayed, feeling stabbed in the back, feeling like someone you trusted has let you down. And that's a really painful experience, right? It can shake your faith in humanity, it can make you feel cynical and jaded, and it can make you afraid to trust anyone again. But like even in those situations, it's important to remember that you are strong, you are resilient, and you are capable of healing. You can't control other people's actions, but you can control how you respond to them. You can choose to forgive, you can choose to learn from the experience, and you can choose to move forward with strength and grace. And like with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the intuition to protect yourself from those kinds of situations in the future. To recognize the red flags, to set healthy boundaries, and to surround yourself with people who are trustworthy and supportive. Okay, and another thing I'm wondering about with this Seven of Swords is like, are you being too secretive? Are you keeping too much to yourself? Are you afraid to be vulnerable? Because sometimes we build these walls around ourselves to protect ourselves from getting hurt. We're afraid to show our true selves to the world because we're afraid of being judged, of being rejected, or of being abandoned. But like, those walls also prevent us from experiencing true connection, true intimacy, and true love. They prevent us from letting people in, from sharing our lives with others, and from building those deep, meaningful relationships that we all crave. So, this Seven of Swords is really asking you to consider whether you're being too closed off. To consider whether you're missing out on opportunities for connection because you're afraid to be vulnerable. And to consider whether it's time to start letting those walls down, brick by brick, and allowing yourself to be seen, to be heard, and to be loved for who you truly are. And like with the Ten of Cups being the ultimate goal, it's about creating a life where you feel safe, where you feel supported, and where you feel loved unconditionally. And that starts with being willing to be vulnerable. That starts with being willing to show your true self to the world. And that starts with trusting that you are worthy of love and connection. Okay, so let's bring this back to the Labradorite and those shielded whispers. Because I think the key here is to really pay attention to those subtle cues, those gut feelings, those little whispers that are trying to guide you. If you're getting a sense that something's not right, don't ignore it. Don't dismiss it as paranoia or anxiety. Trust your intuition. Dig a little deeper. Ask questions, seek clarification, because the truth is out there and the Labradorite is helping you find it. And if you're getting a sense that you're being tempted to cut corners, to be sneaky, or to deceive others, take a step back and consider the consequences. Is it really worth it? Is it really in alignment with your values? Or is there a better way to achieve your goals? The Labradorite is protecting you from making those kinds of mistakes. It's reminding you to stay true to yourself, to stay ethical, and to stay compassionate. And it's guiding you towards solutions that are in alignment with your highest good. Okay, so, I'm also getting a sense that this Seven of Swords might be related to your thought patterns. Are you being too critical of yourself? Are you dwelling on your past mistakes? Are you focusing on the negative aspects of your life? Because sometimes, our thoughts can be our own worst enemies. They can create these limiting beliefs, these self-sabotaging patterns, and these negative emotions that hold us back from achieving our full potential. So, this Seven of Swords is really asking you to be more mindful of your thoughts. To challenge those negative thoughts, to replace them with positive affirmations, and to focus on the things that you're grateful for. And with the Labradorite, it's about creating a shield of protection around your mind. To block out those negative thoughts, to deflect those critical voices, and to fill your mind with love, joy, and peace. Okay, so, another thing I'm wondering about with this Seven of Swords is, are you feeling overwhelmed? Are you taking on too much? Are you trying to do everything yourself? Because sometimes, when we feel overwhelmed, we resort to sneaky tactics to get things done. We might delegate tasks to others without their consent, we might cut corners on our work, or we might even try to pass the blame onto someone else when things go wrong. But that's not sustainable, right? It's just gonna create more stress, more anxiety, and more resentment. The answer is to prioritize your tasks, to delegate effectively, and to ask for help when you need it. To be honest with yourself about your limitations, and to be willing to let go of the things that are not essential. And with the Ten of Cups being the ultimate goal, it's about creating a life where you feel balanced, where you feel supported, and where you feel like you have enough time and energy to do the things that you love. And that starts with taking care of yourself. That starts with setting healthy boundaries. And that starts with asking for help when you need it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about that feeling of being strategic. Because sometimes being strategic is a good thing, right? It means you're planning ahead, you're thinking things through, and you're making smart decisions. But there's a fine line between being strategic and being manipulative. And the Seven of Swords is asking you to be aware of that line, to make sure that you're not crossing it. Are you, using people to get ahead? Are you playing games to get what you want? Are you sacrificing your values for the sake of achieving your goals? If so, it might be time to reevaluate your approach. To consider whether there's a more ethical, more compassionate, and more sustainable way to achieve your desires. And with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the wisdom and the creativity to find those solutions, to find ways to achieve your goals without compromising your integrity. Okay, so another thing I'm thinking about with this Seven of Swords is are you feeling disconnected from your intuition? Are you ignoring those gut feelings? Are you second-guessing yourself? Because sometimes, when we're feeling stressed, anxious, or overwhelmed, we lose touch with our intuition. We start to rely on logic, on reason, and on other people's opinions instead of listening to our own inner guidance. But your intuition is your superpower. It's your connection to the divine. It's the voice of your soul, and it's always guiding you towards your highest good. So this Seven of Swords is really asking you to reconnect with your intuition, to create space for silence, for meditation, and for reflection, to listen to those gut feelings, to trust your inner guidance, and to follow your heart. And with the Labradorite, it's about strengthening that connection to your intuition, to use its protective energy to shield yourself from negative influences, to clear your mind of distractions, and to open yourself up to the wisdom of your soul. Okay, so let's bring this back to the Page of Wands. Because maybe that new energy, that spark of inspiration, is actually leading you away from something that's no longer serving you. Maybe it's leading you away from a toxic relationship, a dead-end job, or a limiting belief system. And the Seven of Swords is showing up because you're feeling like you have to sneak away from that situation. You can't just leave openly and honestly. You have to be strategic, you have to be careful, and you have to protect yourself. And that's okay. Sometimes, you have to do what you have to do to protect yourself. But it's important to do it with as much integrity and compassion as possible, to minimize the damage to yourself and to others, and to trust that you're being guided towards something better. And with the Ten of Cups being the ultimate goal, it's about creating a life where you feel safe, where you feel supported, and where you feel free to pursue your passions without fear of judgment or criticism. And that sometimes requires you to leave behind the things that are holding you back. Okay, so another thing I'm wondering about with this Seven of Swords is are you feeling like you're in competition with others? Are you comparing yourself to others? Are you feeling jealous or envious of their success? Because sometimes, when we're feeling insecure, we start to see the world as a competition. We start to believe that there's only so much to go around and that we have to fight for our share. But that's a scarcity mindset, and it's not true. There's abundance for everyone. There's enough love, enough joy, enough success, and enough happiness for everyone. So this Seven of Swords is really asking you to shift your mindset from scarcity to abundance, to celebrate other people's success, to support their dreams, and to recognize that their success doesn't diminish your own. And with the Ten of Cups being the ultimate goal, it's about creating a life where you feel connected to others, where you feel like you're part of a community, and where you feel like you're all working together towards a common goal. And that starts with shifting your mindset from competition to collaboration. Okay, so let's talk more about that feeling of needing to be strategic. Because sometimes, it's not about being sneaky or manipulative. Sometimes, it's about being smart and resourceful. It's about finding creative solutions to problems. And it's about using your intelligence to get ahead. And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're doing it with integrity and compassion, as long as you're not hurting anyone else in the process. So, this Seven of Swords is really asking you to tap into your intelligence, your creativity, and your resourcefulness, to find innovative solutions to the challenges that you're facing. and to use your skills and talents to create a better life for yourself and for others. And like with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the intelligence and the creativity to find those solutions, to use your intuition to guide you, and to trust that you're being supported by the universe. Okay, so another thing I'm wondering about with this Seven of Swords is are you feeling like you're not being seen or heard? Are you feeling invisible? Are you feeling like your voice doesn't matter? Because sometimes, when we're feeling invisible, we resort to sneaky tactics to get attention. We might exaggerate our accomplishments, we might interrupt others, or we might even try to sabotage their efforts to make ourselves look better. But that's not the answer, right? It's not gonna make you feel seen or heard in the long run. It's just gonna create more resentment, more conflict, and more insecurity. The answer is to find healthy and assertive ways to make yourself visible. To speak up for yourself, to share your ideas, and to contribute your talents to the world. And to trust that your voice matters. And with the Ten of Cups being the ultimate goal, it's about creating a life where you feel seen, where you feel heard, and where you feel like you're making a meaningful contribution to the world. And that starts with believing in yourself. That starts with valuing your own voice. And that starts with speaking up for what you believe in. Okay, so let's bring this back to the Hierophant. Because maybe the traditions and expectations that you're feeling are actually based on misinformation or outdated beliefs. Maybe they're not serving you or anyone else. And the Seven of Swords is showing up because you're realizing that you need to challenge those traditions and expectations. You need to question them, you need to research them, and you need to determine whether they're actually true and beneficial. And that can be a scary thing to do, because you might be going against the grain. You might be challenging authority figures. And you might be risking disapproval or criticism. But it's important to do it with respect and compassion. To approach the situation with an open mind, to listen to other people's perspectives, and to be willing to change your own mind if you're presented with new information. And with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the wisdom and the courage to challenge those traditions and expectations, to use your intuition to guide you, and to trust that you're being supported by the universe. Okay, so another thing I'm wondering about with this Seven of Swords is are you procrastinating? Are you avoiding difficult tasks? Are you putting things off until the last minute? Because sometimes, when we're procrastinating, we resort to sneaky tactics to avoid the task at hand. We might make excuses, we might blame others, or we might even try to sabotage our own efforts so that we have a reason to fail. But that's not the answer, right? It's just gonna create more stress, more anxiety, and more guilt. The answer is to break down the task into smaller, more manageable steps. To set realistic goals, to reward yourself for your progress, and to focus on the positive aspects of the task. And with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the discipline and the motivation to overcome your procrastination. To use your intuition to guide you, and to trust that you're being supported by the universe. Okay, so let's talk more about that feeling of being overwhelmed. Because sometimes, it's not about taking on too much. Sometimes, it's about not knowing where to start. It's about feeling lost and confused. And the Seven of Swords is showing up because you're feeling like you need to find a way to steal back your time and energy. To find a way to prioritize your tasks, to delegate effectively, and to ask for help when you need it. But you're not sure how to do that. You're not sure where to start. And you're feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of things that need to be done. So this Seven of Swords is really asking you to take a step back and assess the situation. To identify your priorities, to delegate or eliminate the tasks that are not essential, and to create a plan of action. And with the Labradorite, it's about trusting that you have the wisdom and the clarity to see through the chaos. To use your intuition to guide you, and to trust that you're being supported by the universe. So yeah, this Seven of Swords is complex. Okay, so we have the Four of Cups now. Okay, so generally the Four of Cups, it's often depicted as someone sitting there, right? Under a tree, looking all bummed out, right? And there are 3 cups in front of them, and then there's a 4th cup being offered to them, usually from a cloud or something, right? And they're just ignoring it. they're just like not even paying attention. So, like, the Four of Cups is often associated with apathy, boredom, dissatisfaction, right? It's like you're so caught up in your own little world, in your own, like, negative thoughts and feelings that you're missing opportunities that are right in front of you. You're just like tuned out, you know. You're just like not even seeing what's being offered. So, like, this can be a sign that you're feeling like emotionally drained, right? Like, you're just like burnt out, you're tired of the same old routine, you're just like not feeling inspired or motivated. You're just like blah, you know. And like, when you're in that state, it's really hard to see the good things in your life, right? It's really hard to appreciate what you have, and it's really hard to be open to new possibilities. You're just like stuck in this like rut, this like cycle of negativity, and you can't seem to break free. And that is not fun. It can be a very isolating feeling. So, like, the Four of Cups can also indicate a need for introspection, right? Like, you need to take some time to really think about what's going on with you, what's making you feel so blah, and what you can do to change things. It's like you need to go within, you need to connect with your inner self, and you need to figure out what you really want. You can't just keep going through the motions, you know? You can't just keep doing the same old things and expect different results. You need to shake things up, you need to try something new, and you need to find something that actually makes you feel alive and excited again. And with the protective energy of the Labradorite, you know, it is a safe time to go inward, I think. But like, the key with the Four of Cups is to not get stuck in that introspective state, right? Like, it's good to take some time to reflect, but you can't just stay there forever. You need to eventually take action. You need to actually do something to change your situation. You can't just sit there and wallow in your own misery, you know. You need to get up, you need to get out, and you need to start creating the life that you want. Okay, so, like, how does this connect to the Seven of Swords, right? Because that's the card we just had, and that was all about deception and sneakiness. So, like, are you feeling apathetic because you feel like you've been betrayed? Like, are you shutting down emotionally because you don't trust anyone anymore? That's definitely a possibility, right? Like, if you've been hurt in the past, if you've been lied to or manipulated, it's natural to want to protect yourself, right? It's natural to want to put up walls and to keep people at a distance. But like, that can also prevent you from experiencing true connection and true happiness, right? If you're always afraid of getting hurt, you're never going to be able to fully open yourself up to love and to joy. And I think that could be what we're seeing here. Or like, maybe you're the one who's been sneaky, right? Maybe you're the one who's been cutting corners or bending the rules, and now you're feeling guilty about it. Maybe you're feeling like you're not living in alignment with your values, and that's making you feel apathetic and dissatisfied. Like, maybe you're realizing that those sneaky tactics aren't actually making you happy, and that they're actually just creating more problems in the long run. And so that apathy is actually like a symptom of your own guilt. And you know what? That's a really valid thing. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. So, like, the Four of Cups could be a sign that you need to come clean, right? You need to be honest with yourself and with others about what you've been doing, and you need to make amends for any harm that you've caused. It's not going to be easy, right? It's going to be scary and uncomfortable, but it's the only way to truly heal and to move forward. Like, honesty really is the best policy, even when it's hard. And I know that's, like, such a cliche, but it's true. And like, maybe the missed opportunities that the Four of Cups is representing are actually opportunities to be honest, right? Like, maybe you've had chances to come clean in the past, but you've been too afraid to take them. And now the universe is giving you another chance, right? It's like saying, hey, here's another opportunity to do the right thing. Are you going to take it this time? And if you don't, you're just going to stay stuck in that cycle of guilt and apathy, right? You're just going to keep missing those opportunities, and you're just going to keep feeling worse and worse about yourself. Or like, maybe you're so focused on the deception, right? Whether it's you or someone else, that you're missing other opportunities. Like, maybe you're so caught up in trying to figure out who you can trust and what's really going on that you're not even seeing the good things in your life. You're so focused on the negative that you're blind to the positive. And that's a really easy trap to fall into, right? Especially when you're feeling vulnerable or betrayed. So, like, the Four of Cups could be a sign that you need to shift your focus, right? You need to stop dwelling on the negative and start looking for the positive. You need to start appreciating what you have and being open to new possibilities. It's not going to be easy, right? Especially if you've been feeling down for a while, but it's definitely possible. You just need to make a conscious effort to change your perspective. To look at things from a different angle. Like it's a matter of reframing. It's like you need to look at the situation and say, okay, what can I learn from this? What good can come out of this? And even if it's hard to see at first, there's always something, right? There's always something to be grateful for. Okay, and maybe you're just bored, right? Maybe the sneakiness and the deception are just a symptom of your boredom. Maybe you're just feeling restless and unfulfilled, and you're looking for something to spice things up. And so you're resorting to these sneaky tactics, not because you're trying to be malicious, but just because you're trying to entertain yourself. And I could see that too, right? Maybe you're just bored out of your mind, and you're like, okay, what can I do to make things more interesting? And then you start stirring up drama or cutting corners just to see what happens. But that's not a healthy way to deal with boredom, right? It's just going to create more problems in the long run. It's much better to find a constructive way to channel that energy, right? To find something that actually challenges you and makes you feel alive. Maybe you need to take up a new hobby, right? Or start a new project. Or go on an adventure. Or just do something that gets you out of your comfort zone. And maybe that Page of Wands energy from before is just what you need. So, the Four of Cups could be a sign that you need to find something that excites you again, right? You need to find something that makes you feel passionate and alive. It's not going to magically appear, right? You need to go out and find it. You need to explore different possibilities and try new things until you find something that clicks. But it's out there, right? And the universe is waiting for you to discover it. And it's so cool. I love thinking about that. And okay, so, how does this all relate to the Hierophant, right? Because that card was all about tradition and expectations. So, are you apathetic because you feel like you're being forced to conform to other people's expectations? Are you feeling like you don't have any freedom to express yourself or to pursue your own dreams? That's definitely a possibility, right? If you're constantly being told what to do and how to live your life, it's natural to feel resentful and uninspired. And that Hierophant energy is strong. Or maybe you're bored with the traditional path, right? Maybe you're tired of following the rules and doing what everyone else expects you to do. Maybe you're longing for something more, something different, something that actually aligns with your soul. And so you're tuning out, right? You're just not even paying attention to the traditional expectations anymore because you're just so over it. And that's valid. It's so valid to want to break free from those expectations and to forge your own path. So, the Four of Cups could be a sign that you need to question those traditions and expectations, right? You need to ask yourself if they're actually serving you or if they're just holding you back. You need to decide what's truly important to you, and you need to start living your life in alignment with those values. It's not going to be easy, right? Especially if you're going against the grain, but it's the only way to truly be happy and fulfilled. You can't just keep living your life according to other people's rules. You need to create your own rules. And maybe the missed opportunities that the Four of Cups is representing are actually opportunities to break free from those traditions, right? Maybe you've had chances to step outside of your comfort zone and to try something new, but you've been too afraid to take them. And now the universe is giving you another chance, right? It's like saying, hey, here's another opportunity to break free from those expectations and to live your own life. Are you going to take it this time? And if you don't, you're just going to stay stuck in that cycle of conformity and apathy, right? You're just going to keep missing those opportunities, and you're just going to keep feeling more and more unfulfilled. Or maybe you're so focused on rebelling against the tradition, right? That you're missing the good things that it has to offer. Maybe there are some valuable lessons or some supportive relationships that you're overlooking because you're just so determined to do things your own way. And that's also a trap, right? It's important to question tradition, but it's also important to appreciate the wisdom and the support that it can provide. And it's like finding a balance, right? You can't just blindly follow tradition, but you also can't just blindly reject it. You need to find a middle ground, a way to honor the past while still creating your own future. And like, maybe the Four of Cups is a sign that you need to find a new tradition, right? Like, maybe you're tired of the old traditions, but you haven't found anything to replace them with. And so you're feeling lost and ungrounded. And so you're listless. So maybe you need to explore different spiritual paths, right? Or different cultural practices. Or different ways of connecting with your community. And that's kind of exciting. You need to find something that resonates with you, something that makes you feel like you belong, and something that gives you a sense of purpose. And okay, so, like, let's bring in the Page of Wands, right? Because that card was all about new beginnings and inspiration. So, like, are you apathetic towards that new spark, right? Are you just, like, not even interested in exploring those new possibilities? That's definitely a possibility, right? Like, maybe you're feeling so burnt out and emotionally drained that you just don't have the energy to pursue anything new. Or, like, maybe you're afraid of getting your hopes up, right? Maybe you've been disappointed in the past, and so you're hesitant to get excited about anything new. You're just like, okay, I've been down that road before and it didn't end well, so I'm not going to bother. And I get that. Like, it's natural to want to protect yourself from disappointment. But it's also important to remember that every new beginning is a chance for something different, something better. And with the Labradorite, you know that you are protected. So like, the Four of Cups could be a sign that you need to open yourself up to those new possibilities, right? You need to allow yourself to feel excited again, to feel inspired again, to feel hopeful again. It's not going to be easy, right? Especially if you've been feeling down for a while, but it's definitely possible. You just need to take a leap of faith and trust that things will work out. To trust that the universe has your back. And like, maybe the missed opportunities that the Four of Cups is representing are actually opportunities to pursue those new beginnings, right? Like, maybe you've had chances to take that first step, to explore that new idea or to connect with that new person, but you've been too apathetic to do it. And now the universe is giving you another chance, right? It's like saying, hey, here's another opportunity to pursue your passions and to create the life that you want. Are you going to take it this time? And if you don't, you're just going to stay stuck in that cycle of apathy and boredom, right? You're just going to keep missing those opportunities, and you're just going to keep feeling more and more unfulfilled. The Four of Cups is really asking you here, what makes you get up in the morning? It's a card about motivation and passion, and if that's not there, well, you're just going to be missing all of your shots. So, dig deep and find that. Or like, maybe you're so focused on the Page of Wands, right? That you're missing the good things that you already have. Like, maybe you're so caught up in chasing after the new and the exciting that you're not appreciating the relationships, the opportunities, and the blessings that are already in your life. And that's also a trap, right? It's important to pursue your dreams, but it's also important to be grateful for what you already have. And like, maybe the Four of Cups is a sign that you need to find a balance between the old and the new, right? Like, maybe you need to find a way to integrate those new beginnings into your existing life. Maybe you need to find a way to pursue your passions without neglecting your responsibilities. And that can be tricky, right? It requires careful planning, effective communication, and a willingness to compromise. But it's definitely possible. Okay, so like, let's talk about the Labradorite, right? Because that's our crystal for this reading, and it's all about protection and intuition. So like, are you using the Labradorite to shield yourself too much, right? Are you blocking out both negative and positive messages? That's definitely a possibility, right? Like, sometimes when we're feeling vulnerable, we tend to overprotect ourselves. We put up walls and we keep everyone at a distance. But that can also prevent us from experiencing the good things in life. Or like, maybe you're not trusting your intuition enough, right? Maybe you're ignoring those gut feelings and those subtle whispers that are trying to guide you. And that's preventing you from seeing the opportunities that are right in front of you. You're just like, not even paying attention to your inner guidance, and so you're missing all the signs. So, like, the Four of Cups could be a sign that you need to trust your intuition more, right? You need to listen to those gut feelings and those subtle whispers, and you need to allow them to guide you towards the right path. It's not going to be easy, right? Especially if you've been ignoring your intuition for a while, but it's definitely possible. You just need to start paying attention. You know. To start noticing the synchronicities, the coincidences, and the signs that the universe is sending you. And maybe the missed opportunities that the Four of Cups is representing are actually opportunities to connect with your intuition, right? Maybe you've had chances to meditate, to journal, or to spend time in nature, but you've been too apathetic to do it. And now the universe is giving you another chance, right? It's like saying, hey, here's another opportunity to connect with your inner guidance and to tap into your inner wisdom. Are you going to take it this time? And if you don't, you're just going to stay stuck in that cycle of apathy and confusion, right? You're just going to keep missing those opportunities, and you're just going to keep feeling more and more lost. Or maybe you're so focused on the external world, right? That you're not paying attention to your inner world. Maybe you're so caught up in the drama, the chaos, and the noise that you're not even hearing your own inner voice. And that's a big problem. It's so easy to get distracted by the external world, but it's so important to carve out time for silence and for reflection. You know, and maybe the Four of Cups is a sign that you need to create a more peaceful and nurturing environment for yourself, right? Maybe you need to declutter your space, to disconnect from social media, or to spend more time in nature. You need to create a space where you can actually hear your own thoughts and feelings. And yeah, it's so cool. It's so important to disconnect sometimes. So, with the Labradorite protecting you, you can trust your intuition to guide you through this emotional stagnation, right? You can use its energy to shield yourself from negative influences and to open yourself up to new possibilities. You just need to be willing to listen to your inner guidance and to take action based on what you hear. What I'm sensing with all of this is that we're in a major moment of transformation. Okay, so, where does this leave us, right? We've got this Four of Cups, this feeling of apathy and missed opportunities. And it's all tied in with the Seven of Swords, the Hierophant, and the Page of Wands. And so I'm just wondering what you're going to do with all of this, right? Are you going to stay stuck in this cycle of apathy and deception? Or are you going to break free and create a life that's truly fulfilling and authentic? And how will the next cards influence this? Are we going to see a way forward? Or are we going to see more challenges? Okay. Where does this leave us, right? That Four of Cups is such a bummer. Seriously, are we just gonna sit around and be all mopey? I don't think so, because look what we have next. We have the Ace of Cups. Yes. Okay, so an ace, right? That's always a new beginning. It's pure potential, fresh energy. And cups, that's all about emotions, feelings, love, connection, intuition. So, the Ace of Cups is a brand new wave of emotional energy coming your way. A new opportunity for love, for connection, for deep fulfillment. It's like the universe is saying, okay, I see you've been feeling a little blah, a little disconnected, but here's a gift. Here's a chance to start fresh, to open your heart, and to experience some serious joy. Yes, please. So generally, the Ace of Cups, it's pure, unadulterated emotional potential. It's like a fountain overflowing with love, with compassion, with creativity, with all those good, gooey, yummy feelings. Like you see it in the images, right? This big cup overflowing, sometimes with a dove coming down, right? It's all about divine love. It's a gift from the universe, a chance to connect with something bigger than yourself. And it's not just romantic love, right? It can be love for your friends, for your family, for yourself, for your passions, for the world. It's just this all-encompassing feeling of warmth and connection. And I love that. And because it's an ace, it's just the beginning, right? It's not the full-blown 10 of cups, it's just the seed of something amazing. It's the potential for a deep, fulfilling relationship, but it's not a guarantee. You have to nurture it, you have to tend to it, you have to put in the work to make it grow. And that's kind of exciting, isn't it? It's like you get to decide what you want to create. You get to decide how you want to use this energy. So, this Ace of Cups, it can represent a new relationship, right? A new romantic interest, a new friendship, a new business partnership. Someone who comes into your life and just makes you feel seen, you know. They get you, they understand you, they appreciate you for who you are. And that's so rare and so precious, isn't it? Like finding someone who truly sees you and loves you for all your quirks and imperfections. That's a gift. And it could also represent a deepening of an existing relationship, right? Like maybe you're already with someone, or you already have a close friend, and this Ace of Cups is a sign that your connection is about to get even deeper, even more meaningful. And that's really beautiful too, right? Like taking a relationship to the next level, sharing your vulnerabilities, and creating a bond that's unbreakable. So Okay, so turquoise raw crystal. Empowering, right? Unleashed voice, the raw, unfiltered truth yearning to be expressed. That's what this whole reading is about, that's the theme. And then we have the cards, which are Eight of Wands, Knight of Swords, and Four of Swords. Ooh, this is spicy. I already feel like something's about to burst out. Like you've been holding something in and it's just like ready to explode. Almost like a volcano, you know? Like that pressure building and building and building. Okay, so let's dive in. Eight of Wands. This card, oh my gosh, it's all about speed, movement, communication, things happening quickly. Like messages flying in from all directions. It's like, think of it as all the information you've been waiting for just suddenly arriving at once. Like boom, 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 boom. It could be literal messages, emails, texts, phone calls. You know, anything like that. But it's also about opportunities coming your way, and they're coming fast. You need to be ready to grab them, you know? Like, don't hesitate, don't overthink it, just go for it. And the thing is, with the unleashed voice theme, this Eight of Wands feels like the universe is finally giving you the platform, the chance, the stage to speak your truth. All the channels are open. All the lines are clear. It's like everything is aligned for you to just let it out. But it's also important to be mindful of what you're putting out there, you know? Because the Eight of Wands is fast, it's quick, it can be a little bit scattered, so make sure you're being clear and concise with your message. Don't get lost in the details, don't ramble, just get to the point. Think of it like this. You've got all these amazing ideas, all these thoughts and feelings that you've been keeping bottled up. And now, suddenly, you have the opportunity to share them with the world. But you need to organize them, you need to structure them, you need to present them in a way that people will actually understand. It's like you're giving a speech, right? You can't just stand up there and start shouting random words. You need to have a plan, you need to have an outline, you need to know what you want to say and how you want to say it. And that's where the empowering energy of the turquoise comes in. Because this crystal, it helps you find your voice, it helps you speak your truth with confidence and clarity. It helps you own your message. So with the Eight of Wands, it's like the universe is saying, okay, here's your chance. Here's your opportunity to speak your mind, to share your heart, to be heard. But the turquoise is saying, okay, but do it with power, do it with conviction, do it with grace. You know what I mean? It's not just about yelling your truth from the rooftops. It's about communicating it in a way that actually resonates with people, in a way that actually makes a difference. And I feel like for some of you, this might be about speaking up in a relationship, or at work, or with your family. It might be about finally setting boundaries, about saying no to things that don't serve you, about standing up for yourself. It could even be something as simple as expressing your creativity, you know? Like finally starting that blog you've been dreaming about, or painting that picture you've been putting off, or writing that song that's been stuck in your head. The Eight of Wands is all about getting your message out there, in whatever way feels right for you. But the key is to do it with intention, to do it with purpose, to do it with the empowering energy of the turquoise. Like, imagine you're at a party, right? And someone says something that you really disagree with. You could just stay silent, you could just nod and smile and pretend like you agree. But with the Eight of Wands, you're feeling this urge to speak up, to say something, to share your perspective. And that's great, that's amazing. But you also want to do it in a way that's respectful, in a way that's constructive, in a way that actually opens up a dialogue, rather than just starting a fight. So you take a deep breath, you center yourself, you connect with that empowering energy of the turquoise, and you speak your truth. You say what you need to say, but you do it with grace, you do it with compassion, you do it with love. And that's the magic of the Eight of Wands, combined with the unleashed voice theme and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about finding your voice, it's about speaking your truth, it's about making a difference in the world. But it's also about doing it in a way that's authentic, in a way that's aligned with your values, in a way that's empowering. Okay, I'm feeling so much energy right now. So much. But let's move on to the next card, which is the Knight of Swords. Oh boy. Okay, so if the Eight of Wands was all about speed and communication, the Knight of Swords is like speed on steroids. This card is all about action, about charging forward, about getting things done no matter what. He's like a warrior, right? He's got his sword, he's got his armor, he's ready to fight for what he believes in. He's not afraid of anything, he's not afraid of anyone, he's just going for it. But here's the thing, the Knight of Swords can also be a little bit reckless. He can be so focused on his goal that he doesn't really think about the consequences of his actions. He can be a little bit impulsive. So, with the unleashed voice theme, this Knight of Swords energy could be about finally saying what you need to say, about finally standing up for yourself, about finally taking action. It's like you've been thinking about something for a long time, you've been planning it, you've been preparing for it. And now, with the Eight of Wands opening up all these channels of communication, you're like, okay, I'm ready, I'm going to do this. And you just charge forward, you don't hesitate, you don't second guess yourself, you just go for it. But here's the thing, you need to be careful, because the Knight of Swords can also be about aggression, it can be about being too forceful, too pushy, too intense. So you need to make sure that you're not just bulldozing over people, that you're not just ignoring their feelings, that you're not just creating chaos. It's like you're having a conversation with someone, right? And you have something really important to say. You could just interrupt them, you could just start shouting, you could just force your opinion on them. But that's not really going to be very effective, is it? It's not going to open up a dialogue, it's not going to create understanding, it's just going to create conflict. So, with the Knight of Swords, you need to find a balance between being assertive and being respectful. You need to be confident in your message, but you also need to be mindful of how you're delivering it. And that's where the empowering energy of the turquoise comes in again. Because this crystal, it helps you communicate with clarity and compassion. It helps you express your truth in a way that's both powerful and gentle. It's like you're a lawyer, right? And you're arguing a case in court. You need to be strong, you need to be persuasive, you need to be relentless. But you also need to be ethical, you need to be fair, you need to be respectful of the judge, the jury, and the other lawyers. You can't just start yelling and screaming and making personal attacks. You need to present your case in a way that's convincing, but also honorable. And that's the challenge of the Knight of Swords, combined with the unleashed voice theme and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about speaking your truth with power and conviction, but also with grace and integrity. It's about finding that balance between being assertive and being respectful, between being confident and being compassionate, between being a warrior and being a healer. I feel like some of you might be dealing with a situation where you need to take a stand, where you need to fight for what you believe in. And the Knight of Swords is giving you the courage, the energy, the drive to do it. But just remember to be mindful of your approach, to be aware of the consequences of your actions, to be respectful of the people around you. Because the goal isn't just to win the battle, it's to create a better world, it's to make a difference, it's to speak your truth in a way that empowers everyone. Like, imagine you're at a protest, right? And you're feeling really angry, really passionate, really fired up. You want to shout, you want to scream, you want to make your voice heard. And that's great, that's amazing, but you also want to do it in a way that's effective, in a way that's constructive, in a way that actually creates change. You don't want to just start throwing rocks and breaking windows. You want to organize, you want to strategize, you want to communicate your message in a way that actually resonates with people. And that's the power of the Knight of Swords when it's combined with the unleashed voice theme and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about taking action, it's about standing up for what you believe in, it's about making a difference. But it's also about doing it in a way that's responsible, in a way that's ethical, in a way that's empowering for everyone. Okay, wow, that was intense. I'm feeling a little bit breathless, but we're not done yet. We still have one more card to go, and that is the Four of Swords. Okay. So after all that speed and action and intensity, we have rest, we have stillness, we have quiet. The Four of Swords is all about taking a break, about stepping back, about recharging your batteries. It's like you've been running a marathon and now you finally get to sit down and catch your breath. It can also be about healing, about recovering from a difficult situation, about processing your emotions, about taking care of yourself. So, with the unleashed voice theme, this Four of Swords energy could be about needing to take a break from speaking your truth, about needing to step back from the spotlight, about needing to recharge your voice. It's like you've been shouting from the rooftops for so long that you've finally lost your voice. You're exhausted, you're drained, you're overwhelmed, and now you need to retreat, you need to find some peace and quiet, you need to reconnect with yourself. But here's the thing, the Four of Swords can also be about avoidance. It can be about hiding from your problems. It can be about being afraid to speak your truth. So you need to be careful that you're not just using this rest as an excuse to avoid taking action, that you're not just burying your head in the sand, that you're not just giving up. It's like you've had a really difficult conversation with someone and you're feeling really hurt and angry. You could just avoid them. You could just pretend like nothing happened. You could just shut down, but that's not really going to solve anything, is it? It's not going to heal the relationship. It's not going to resolve the conflict. It's just going to create more distance. So with the Four of Swords, you need to find a balance between taking care of yourself and facing your problems. You need to rest and recharge, but you also need to be willing to speak your truth when the time is right. And that's where the empowering energy of the turquoise comes in again. Because this crystal, it helps you find your voice even when you're feeling tired and overwhelmed. It helps you speak your truth with courage and compassion, even when you're feeling scared and vulnerable. It's like you're a singer, right? And you've been touring for months and your voice is starting to give out. You need to rest your vocal cords. You need to drink lots of water. You need to take care of yourself. But you also need to keep practicing. You need to keep writing songs. You need to keep connecting with your audience. You can't just give up on your dream. And that's the challenge of the Four of Swords, combined with the unleashed voice theme and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about taking a break when you need it, but also about staying true to your voice, about continuing to speak your truth, about never giving up on your message. I feel like some of you might be dealing with a situation where you need to step back and reassess, where you need to take some time to heal, where you need to reconnect with yourself. And the Four of Swords is giving you permission to do that. It's saying it's okay to rest. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to prioritize your well-being. But just remember that this is not about avoiding your problems. This is not about giving up on your dreams. This is about recharging your batteries so that you can come back stronger, so that you can speak your truth with even more power and conviction. Like, imagine you're a writer, right? And you've been working on a novel for years and you're feeling really stuck. You're feeling like you've lost your way, like you don't know what to write next. You could just give up. You could just abandon the project. You could just decide that you're not a good writer, but you could also take a break. You could go for a walk in nature. You could read a book. You could spend time with your loved ones. You could do something that inspires you, something that recharges your creativity, something that helps you reconnect with your passion. And then when you're feeling refreshed and inspired, you can come back to your novel with new eyes, with a new perspective, with a renewed sense of purpose. And that's the magic of the Four of Swords when it's combined with the unleashed voice theme and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about taking care of yourself. It's about recharging your batteries. It's about reconnecting with your truth. But it's also about never giving up on your voice, about continuing to speak your truth, about making a difference in the world. Okay, wow, that was a lot. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed, but also really excited. These cards are so powerful, so insightful, so relevant. So just to recap, we have the Eight of Wands, which is all about speed and communication, the Knight of Swords, which is all about action and assertiveness, and the Four of Swords, which is all about rest and healing. And the overall message is to speak your truth, but to do it with intention, with compassion, with balance, to be powerful, but also gentle, to be assertive, but also respectful, to be courageous, but also kind, and to remember to take care of yourself along the way, to rest when you need it, to recharge your batteries, to reconnect with your truth, because the journey of unleashing your voice is not a sprint. It's a marathon, and you need to pace yourself. You need to stay grounded. You need to stay connected to your source of power. And that source of power is your voice, it's your truth, it's your unique perspective on the world. So embrace it, own it, share it. And remember that you are empowered, you are strong, you are capable of anything. With the help of the turquoise, with the guidance of the cards, and with the power of your own unleashed voice. Okay, deep breath. That felt really good. Okay, so wow, that was a lot, wasn't it? Where were we? Oh yeah. We were just diving deep into like your voice, what you have to say, and like how you're gonna say it, and when you need to just like chill out for a minute, right? Okay, so like deep breath, big inhale, big exhale, 'cause girl, we just pulled the High Priestess. Ooh, the High Priestess. I'm like getting chills just looking at this card. Okay, so this card, it's all about your intuition, right? It's about the secrets that you hold within. It's about that inner knowing, that like voice inside of you that just like knows things, you know? Even when you can't explain it, even when it doesn't make sense, you just know. The High Priestess is like the ultimate guide to your subconscious. Like, she's the gatekeeper to all of that hidden knowledge that you have inside of you. She's the one who can help you tap into your intuition and really, like, understand what's going on a deeper level. So, like, with the Unleashed voice theme, this card is so interesting because it's not just about speaking your truth outwardly. It's about connecting with your truth inwardly first. It's about really understanding what it is that you want to say, what it is that you need to say before you actually, like, open your mouth and say it. It's about, like, going inside and really listening to that inner voice, that inner guidance, and trusting that it's leading you in the right direction. And I think, like, after all that, like, bam, bam, bam energy of the Eight of Wands and that, like, charging forward energy of the Knight of Swords, the High Priestess is like, whoa, hold on a second. Before you go running off and, like, yelling at everyone, let's just, like, take a moment to check in with ourselves, okay? Like, it's almost like she's saying, girl, you've got all this energy, you've got all this passion, but are you really aligned with your truth? Are you really speaking from your heart? Or are you just, like, reacting to everything that's happening around you? And I think that's so important because, like, with the Eight of Wands, you might be getting all these messages, all these opportunities, and you might feel like you have to, like, respond to everything immediately, right? Like, you have to, like, jump on every opportunity, you have to, like, answer every email, you have to, like, say yes to everything. But the High Priestess is like, no, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You have the power to choose. You have the power to say no. You have the power to create your own reality. And then, like, with the Knight of Swords, you might be feeling this urge to, like, fight for what you believe in, to, like, stand up for yourself, to, like, take action. But the High Priestess is like, okay, but are you really being mindful of your approach? Are you really being respectful of other people's feelings? Or are you just, like, bulldozing over everyone in your path? So, she's really asking you to, like, slow down, to, like, go inside, to, like, connect with your intuition, and to really listen to what your inner voice is telling you. And I think, like, that's especially important with this Unleashed voice theme, because, like, sometimes the things that we need to say the most are the hardest things to say, right? Like, they're the things that we're afraid to say, they're the things that we've been keeping bottled up inside of us for so long. And the High Priestess is like, okay, it's time to let those things out. It's time to speak your truth, even if it's scary, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's difficult. But she's also saying, do it with intention, do it with compassion, do it with love. Like, it's not just about, like, vomiting all of your feelings onto other people. It's about, like, communicating your truth in a way that's both powerful and gentle. And I think that's where the empowering energy of the turquoise comes in again. Because this crystal, it helps you connect with your intuition, it helps you speak your truth with clarity and confidence, and it helps you do it in a way that's both empowering for yourself and empowering for others. It's like, imagine you're in a situation where you need to, like, have a really difficult conversation with someone, right? Like, someone you love, someone you care about, but you know that you need to, like, tell them something that they're not going to want to hear. You could just, like, avoid the conversation altogether, right? You could just, like, pretend like everything's fine. You could just, like, bury your head in the sand. But the High Priestess is like, no, that's not going to work. You need to have this conversation. You need to speak your truth. You need to tell them what's going on. But before you do that, you need to, take a moment to connect with yourself, to connect with your intuition, to connect with your heart. You need to, really, really understand what it is that you want to say and how you want to say it. And you need to do it in a way that's both honest and compassionate. You need to, be willing to be vulnerable, to be open, to be honest about your feelings, but you also need to be respectful of their feelings. You need to, listen to what they have to say. You need to, try to understand their perspective, and you need to, be willing to compromise. And that's the power of the High Priestess, when it's combined with the unleashed voice theme and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about, speaking your truth, but doing it in a way that's both powerful and gentle, both honest and compassionate, both empowering for yourself and empowering for others. I feel like for some of you, this might be about, finally trusting your gut, finally listening to your intuition, finally following your heart, even if it doesn't make sense to other people. It might be about, making a big decision, changing careers, moving to a new city, ending a relationship, starting a new one. And you might be feeling really scared, really uncertain, really confused. But the High Priestess is trust yourself. You know what to do. You have all the answers inside of you. Just listen to your inner voice and it will guide you in the right direction. It could also be about developing your psychic abilities, exploring your spirituality, connecting with your higher self. It could be about learning to meditate, learning to journal, learning to tap into your intuition in a more conscious way. The High Priestess is all about exploring the mysteries of the universe, exploring the mysteries of your own soul, and discovering the hidden knowledge that you hold within. Imagine you're walking through a dark forest, right? And you don't know where you're going, you don't know what's ahead of you, you don't know if you're going to get lost. But you have this, little voice inside of you that's telling you, go this way, go that way, turn left, turn right. And even though you don't know why, you just trust it. You just follow it. And eventually, it leads you out of the forest and into, a beautiful clearing where you find everything that you've been looking for. And that's what the High Priestess is like. She's like that little voice inside of you that's guiding you through the darkness, that's helping you find your way, that's leading you to your truth. So, you just need to, listen to her. You just need to, trust her. And you just need to, follow her. And she will lead you to where you need to be. But, here's the thing, the High Priestess can also be a little bit tricky. Because, she's so intuitive, she's so connected to her inner world that she can sometimes get, lost in her own head, she can sometimes get so caught up in her own thoughts and feelings that she forgets about the outside world. She can become, too passive, too withdrawn, too isolated. And that's not good because, we need to be able to, balance our inner world with our outer world. We need to be able to, connect with our intuition, but we also need to be able to, take action in the real world. So, with the Four of Swords, which is all about rest and healing, the High Priestess is saying, okay, it's important to take time for yourself. It's important to recharge your batteries. It's important to connect with your inner world. But don't get so lost in your own head that you forget about the outside world. Don't use rest and healing as an excuse to avoid taking action. Don't become too passive, too withdrawn, too isolated. It's like you're meditating, right? And you're sitting there and you're trying to clear your mind and you're trying to connect with your inner peace. But then suddenly you start to drift off into this fantasy world where everything is perfect and everyone loves you and you have no problems. And you're so happy in this fantasy world that you don't want to come back to reality. But the High Priestess is okay, it's nice to visit this fantasy world for a little while, but you can't stay there forever. You need to come back to reality. You need to face your problems. You need to take action in the real world. So, it's all about finding that balance between, your inner world and your outer world, between your intuition and your action, between your rest and your work. And that's the challenge of the High Priestess, when it's combined with the unleashed voice theme, the empowering energy of the turquoise, and all the other cards that we've pulled so far. It's about speaking your truth, but doing it in a way that's both powerful and gentle, both honest and compassionate, both empowering for yourself and empowering for others. And it's about finding that balance between your inner world and your outer world so that you can live a life that's both authentic and fulfilling. Okay, so where does this leave us? I feel like we're at this point where you're really being called to trust yourself, to trust your intuition, to trust your inner voice. You're being called to really connect with your truth, to really understand what it is that you want to say, what it is that you need to say, and how you want to say it. And you're being called to speak your truth, even if it's scary, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's difficult. But you're also being called to be mindful of your approach, to be respectful of other people's feelings, to be compassionate, to be kind. You're being called to balance your inner world with your outer world, to balance your intuition with your action, to balance your rest with your work. And you're being called to use your voice, your unleashed voice, to make a difference in the world, to empower others, to create a better future. But the question is, how are you going to do all of that? How are you going to integrate all of these different energies, all of these different messages, all of these different challenges? How are you going to find that balance that you're looking for? How are you going to unleash your voice in a way that's both powerful and gentle, both honest and compassionate, both empowering for yourself and empowering for others? And I think that's what the next cards are going to help us explore. I think they're going to give us some more specific guidance, some more concrete steps that you can take to really integrate all of these energies and to really unleash your voice in the way that you're meant to. I'm so excited to see what's coming next. I feel we're on the verge of something really, really big, something really, really powerful, something really, really transformative. But before we get there, I just want to take a moment to really appreciate the journey that we've been on so far. We started with the Eight of Wands, which was all about speed and communication and opportunities coming at you like crazy. And then we moved on to the Knight of Swords, which was all about action and assertiveness and charging forward. And then we had the Four of Swords, which was all about rest and healing and taking a break. And now we have the High Priestess, which is all about intuition and secrets and connecting with your inner voice. And each of these cards has added a new layer to the story, a new dimension to the message, a new challenge to the journey. And together, they're creating this incredibly rich and complex tapestry that's really, really reflecting your life, your experiences, your potential. So take a moment to really, really appreciate that. Take a moment to really, really honor that. And take a moment to really, really trust that you're on the right path, even if it doesn't always feel like it. Because you're exactly where you need to be. You're exactly where you're meant to be. And you're exactly who you're meant to be. And you have everything that you need inside of you to unleash your voice, to speak your truth, to make a difference in the world. You just need to trust yourself. You just need to listen to your intuition. You just need to follow your heart. And you just need to never ever give up on yourself, because you are amazing. You are powerful. You are capable. And you are worthy of all the good things that are coming your way. Okay, deep breath. I'm feeling so much energy right now. I'm feeling so much excitement. I'm feeling so much hope. I can't wait to see what's next. Are you ready? Okay, let's do this. But before we pull the next card, I just want to say one more thing about the High Priestess. Because I feel there's something else that we need to explore here. And it's this idea of the secrets that she holds. Because the High Priestess is not just about intuition and inner knowing. She's also about the things that we keep hidden, the things that we don't want other people to know, the things that we're afraid to share. And I think that's really important in the context of this unleashed voice theme, because sometimes the things that we need to say the most are the things that we're the most afraid to say, right? They're the things that we're afraid will make us look weak or vulnerable or stupid or crazy. They're the things that we're afraid will hurt other people or make them angry or make them leave us. And so we keep them hidden. We keep them bottled up inside of us. We pretend they don't exist. But the High Priestess is no, you can't do that. You need to let those things out. You need to speak your truth, even if it's scary, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's difficult. Because, like those secrets, those hidden truths, they're like poison. They're like a disease that's eating you up from the inside out. They're preventing you from being your authentic self. They're preventing you from living your best life. And so, you need to let them go. You need to release them. You need to speak them. But how do you do that? How do you speak your truth when you're so afraid? How do you share your secrets when you're so vulnerable? Well, that's where the High Priestess comes in. Because she's the one who can help you tap into your courage, your strength, your power. She's the one who can help you find the words to say, the way to say them, the time to say them. She's the one who can help you speak your truth with both power and gentleness, with both honesty and compassion, with both empowerment for yourself and empowerment for others. She's the one who can help you unleash your voice in a way that's both authentic and transformative. So, trust her. Listen to her, follow her, and she will lead you to where you need to be. She will lead you to your truth. She will lead you to your voice, and she will lead you to your freedom. Okay, I think that's all I have to say about the High Priestess for now. I'm feeling really, really good about this. I'm feeling really, really clear. I'm feeling really, really connected. Are you ready for the next card? I am. Let's do it. But before we do, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge something else. And that's this idea of the divine feminine. Because the High Priestess is the ultimate representation of the divine feminine. She's the embodiment of intuition, wisdom, compassion, creativity, and all the other qualities that are associated with the feminine energy. And I think that's really important in the context of this unleashed voice theme. Because, for so long, the feminine voice has been silenced, suppressed, ignored. Women have been told to be quiet, to be obedient, to be submissive. They've been told that their opinions don't matter, that their voices don't count. And that's just not true. The feminine voice is powerful. It's important. It's essential. And it needs to be heard. And so, the High Priestess is it's time to reclaim your voice. It's time to speak your truth. It's time to let your feminine energy shine. It's time to be bold, to be courageous, to be authentic. It's time to stand up for what you believe in, to fight for what you care about, to make a difference in the world. It's time to unleash your feminine voice and let it be heard loud and clear. And this isn't just for women. This is for everyone, because everyone has both masculine and feminine energy within them. And everyone needs to balance those energies in order to be whole, in order to be complete, in order to be their authentic selves. So, if you're a man, don't be afraid to embrace your feminine side. Don't be afraid to be intuitive, to be compassionate, to be creative. Don't be afraid to let your emotions show. And if you're a woman, don't be afraid to be powerful, to be assertive, to be confident. Don't be afraid to speak your mind, to take action, to lead the way. Just be yourself, be authentic, be true to who you are, and let your voice be heard. Okay, I think I'm really done with the High Priestess now. I feel like I've said everything that I need to say. I'm feeling really, really good about this. I'm feeling really, really clear. I'm feeling really, really connected. Are you ready for the next card? I am. Let's do it. Okay, but seriously, one last thing about the High Priestess. And this is a really subtle point, but I think it's important to mention. And that's this idea of the veil. Because the High Priestess is often depicted with a veil, which represents the boundary between the conscious and the subconscious, between the seen and the unseen, between the known and the unknown. And I think that's really important in the context of this unleashed voice theme, because sometimes the things that we need to say the most are the things that are hidden behind the veil, the things that are buried deep in our subconscious, the things that we don't even know that we know. And so, the High Priestess is it's time to lift the veil. It's time to reveal the hidden truths. It's time to bring the unconscious into the conscious. It's time to explore your dreams, your fantasies, your memories, your emotions. It's time to confront your fears, your shadows, your limiting beliefs. It's time to heal your wounds, to forgive yourself, to let go of the past. It's time to step into your power, to embrace your potential, to become who you're truly meant to be. And this isn't easy. It takes courage. It takes vulnerability. It takes a willingness to face the darkness. But it's worth it. Because on the other side of the veil is freedom. On the other side of the veil is truth. On the other side of the veil is your voice. So, are you ready to lift the veil? Are you ready to face your fears? Are you ready to unleash your voice? I think you are. I think you're more than ready. And I'm so excited to see what happens next. Okay, let's do it. Let's pull that next card. I'm literally on the edge of my seat right now. I can't wait to see what it is. I have so many ideas, so many possibilities, so many questions. But I'm also trying to stay open, to stay present, to stay receptive. Because I know that the universe is going to give us exactly what we need, exactly when we need it. And I trust that. I trust the process. I trust the cards. And I trust you. I know that you're capable of anything. I know that you're strong. I know that you're resilient. And I know that you're going to unleash your voice in a way that's both powerful and transformative. So let's do this. Let's see what the next card has to say. I'm ready. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Okay. So after all of that, after that deep dive into your intuition with the High Priestess, we have the Two of Wands. Oh, this is getting so good. Okay, so the Two of Wands. This card is all about choices, decisions, and partnerships, right? It's about having options and deciding which path to take. It's about standing at a crossroads and figuring out which way to go. It's about recognizing your own power and your own ability to create your future. And with the Unleashed Voice theme, this card is so interesting. Because it's now that you're connecting with your intuition, now that you're tapping into your inner voice, now that you're really understanding what it is that you want to say. What are you going to do with it? You have all this power, you have all this knowledge, you have all this truth inside of you. But what are you going to do with it? Are you going to share it with the world? Are you going to keep it to yourself? Are you going to use it to create something amazing? Or are you going to let it fade away? The Two of Wands is really asking you to step into your power and make a decision. It's time to choose your path, it's time to take action, it's time to create the future that you want. And after all that speed and action of the Eight of Wands and the Knight of Swords, and that rest and healing of the Four of Swords, and that deep dive into your intuition with the High Priestess, this card is okay, now it's time to put it all together. It's time to use all of those experiences, all of those lessons, all of those insights to make a choice that's aligned with your true self. It's you have all the pieces of the puzzle, now it's time to put them together and see the big picture. And I feel for some of you, this might be about choosing between two different paths in your career. Maybe you have a stable job that pays the bills, but you also have a passion project that you've been dreaming about for years. And the Two of Wands is asking you to decide which one to pursue. Are you going to stick with the safe option, or are you going to take a risk and follow your dreams? It's a tough choice, right? But the Two of Wands is saying that you have the power to create whatever you want. You just have to be willing to take the leap. Or maybe it's about choosing between two different relationships. Maybe you're in a relationship that's comfortable and familiar, but it's not really fulfilling your needs. And you're also drawn to someone new who excites you and inspires you. And the Two of Wands is asking you to decide which relationship is right for you. Are you going to stay with the person you know? Or are you going to take a chance on someone new? Again, a super tough choice. But the Two of Wands is saying that you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be with someone who truly loves and supports you. You just have to be willing to make a change. And with the empowering energy of the turquoise, this card is even more powerful. Because the turquoise helps you to speak your truth, it helps you to connect with your intuition, and it helps you to make decisions that are aligned with your highest self. So if you're struggling to make a choice, just hold your turquoise, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, what does my inner voice want me to do? What feels right in my heart? What's going to bring me the most joy and fulfillment? And trust that the answer will come. And that's the thing, isn't it? The Two of Wands isn't just about making a choice. It's about making a choice that's authentic to you, that's aligned with your values, that's going to help you grow and evolve. It's about choosing the path that's going to lead you to your highest potential. But here's the thing. The Two of Wands can also be a little bit overwhelming, right? Because it's you have all these options, you have all this power, you have all this potential. But where do you even start? How do you even choose? It can feel like you're standing at the top of a mountain and looking down at all these different paths, and you have no idea which one to take. You know. And that's where the High Priestess comes in again, because she reminds you that you have all the answers inside of you. You just have to be willing to listen to your intuition, to trust your inner voice, to connect with your higher self. She reminds you that you don't have to figure everything out right now. You can take your time, you can explore your options, you can gather information, and you can make a decision when you're ready. She reminds you that you're not alone. You have support, you have guidance, and you have the power to create whatever you want. And that's so important to remember, especially when you're feeling overwhelmed. You know. It's like, imagine you're starting a new business, right? And you have all these ideas, all these plans, all these dreams. But you also have all these fears, all these doubts, all these worries. And it can feel like there's so much to do, so much to learn, so much to figure out, that you don't even know where to begin. And that's where the High Priestess comes in. She reminds you to take a deep breath, to connect with your vision, to trust your intuition, and to take things one step at a time. She reminds you that you don't have to do it all alone. You can ask for help, you can delegate tasks, you can find mentors, and you can build a team. She reminds you that you're capable of anything. You just have to believe in yourself, to stay focused on your goals, and to never give up. And that's the magic of the Two of Wands combined with the High Priestess and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about recognizing your power, making a choice, and taking action. But it's also about trusting your intuition, seeking guidance, and believing in yourself. It's about knowing that you have the ability to create whatever you want, but also knowing that you don't have to do it all alone. It's about finding that balance between action and intuition, between power and surrender, between control and trust. And that balance is so key to living a fulfilling and authentic life, isn't it? But here's another thing about the Two of Wands. It can also be about partnerships, right? It can be about finding someone to collaborate with, someone to share your vision with, someone to help you achieve your goals. And with the Unleashed voice theme, this could be about finding someone to amplify your message, someone to help you spread your truth, someone to support you in your mission. Maybe you're a writer and you're looking for an editor or a publisher. Or maybe you're a speaker and you're looking for a manager or an agent. Or maybe you're an artist and you're looking for a gallery or a mentor. The Two of Wands is saying that there's someone out there who can help you take your voice to the next level. You just have to be open to finding them. And this isn't just about professional partnerships. It could also be about personal partnerships, right? It could be about finding a friend, a lover, or a soulmate who shares your values, who supports your dreams, and who inspires you to be your best self. The Two of Wands is saying that you don't have to do this alone. You can find someone to walk alongside you, to share your journey with, to help you unleash your voice in the world. It's remember that thing I said about how this card has duality baked right into it? On the one hand, the card talks about your personal power and responsibility to choose. But on the other hand, it can mean finding that person who amplifies you. The thing that expands you. The thing that suddenly makes you twice as powerful as you would have been alone. And you know what that makes me think? It's not always romantic. It's not always sexual. It's about recognizing that we are social creatures. We're not meant to do all this alone. But here's the thing about partnerships. They can also be tricky, right? Because it's you have to find someone who's aligned with your vision, who shares your values, and who's willing to work hard to achieve your goals. And that's not always easy. You know, you have to be willing to compromise, to communicate, and to trust each other. And that can be challenging, especially when you have different personalities, different styles, and different opinions. And that's where the Knight of Swords comes in again, because he reminds you to be assertive, to be confident, and to stand up for what you believe in. But he also reminds you to be respectful, to be compassionate, and to listen to other people's perspectives. He reminds you that partnerships are about collaboration, not domination. It's about finding a win-win solution, not about getting your way. And that's so important to remember, especially when you're working with someone who's different from you. You know, it's imagine you're writing a song with someone, right? And you have a clear vision for what you want the song to sound like, what you want the lyrics to say, and what you want the message to be. But your partner has a completely different vision. They want the song to be in a different genre, they want the lyrics to be about a different topic, and they want the message to be something completely different. And it can be tempting to just try to force your vision on them, to insist that your way is the right way, and to refuse to compromise. But that's not going to work. That's just going to create conflict, resentment, and a song that nobody likes. Instead, you need to be willing to listen to their ideas, to explore their perspectives, and to find a way to blend your visions together. You need to be willing to compromise, to experiment, and to create something that's better than either of you could have created on your own. And that's the magic of collaboration. It's about bringing different perspectives together to create something new, something innovative, and something powerful. And that's what the Two of Wands is all about when it comes to partnerships. It's about finding someone to share your vision with, someone to help you achieve your goals, and someone to amplify your voice in the world. Okay, so, where does this leave us? I feel like we're at a point where you're being called to make a decision. You're being called to choose your path, to take action, and to create the future that you want. You're being called to recognize your power, to trust your intuition, and to believe in yourself. You're being called to find partnerships, to collaborate with others, and to amplify your voice in the world. But you're also being called to be mindful, to be compassionate, and to be respectful. You're being called to balance your action with your intuition, your power with your surrender, and your control with your trust. And that's a lot, right? It can feel overwhelming to try to juggle all of these different energies, all of these different calls to action. But remember, you don't have to do it all at once. You can take things one step at a time. You can focus on one area of your life at a time, and you can always ask for help when you need it. And the most important thing is to just start, to just take that first step, to just make that first choice, to just start moving in the direction that you want to go. Because once you start moving, the momentum will build, the path will become clearer, and the opportunities will start to appear. You just have to be willing to take that first step. And remember that empowering energy of the turquoise. It's there to support you, to guide you, and to help you stay true to yourself. So if you're feeling lost, confused, or overwhelmed, just connect with your turquoise, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, what is my truth? What is my purpose? What is my next step? And trust that the answer will come. And trust that you have the power to create whatever you want. You just have to believe in yourself and take action. But another thing that's bubbling up here is what if the choice isn't obvious? What if you look at your two wands, your two options, and neither one really sings to you? What if both choices feel meh? Then what? Because I think that is something a lot of people struggle with. It's okay, great, I have agency, I have choice, but what if all my choices suck? What if nothing feels right? Well, I think that's when the High Priestess comes in again, because she's all about going deeper, right? She's all about looking beyond the surface, about finding the hidden truths, the unspoken desires. So, if you're facing a Two of Wands situation where neither choice feels good, maybe it's time to ask yourself, what am I really wanting here? What am I really needing? What's the deeper desire that's not being met by either of these options? Maybe the two wands in front of you are distractions. Maybe the universe is testing you and saying, are you sure this is all you want? And maybe the answer is no. Maybe you need to dream bigger, to ask for more, to create something completely new that aligns with your soul's purpose on a much deeper level. And that's where the unleashed voice comes in, because it's about speaking your truth, even when it's scary, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it goes against the grain. It's about saying, no, these options aren't good enough. I deserve more. I want more, and I'm not going to settle for anything less. Imagine you're at a restaurant, right? And the menu has two options that just sound bland. One is a basic salad with no flavor, and the other is a greasy burger that's going to make you feel sick. And the waiter is standing there, tapping his foot, waiting for you to order. And you could just pick one of those options, right? You could just settle for something that's not really satisfying. But the High Priestess is saying, no, speak up, ask for something else. Tell them what you really want. Maybe they have something special in the back, or maybe they can customize something for you. Don't be afraid to ask. And that's what the unleashed voice is all about. It's about advocating for yourself, about knowing your worth, and about not being afraid to ask for what you deserve. And I think that's a really important message, because so often we settle for less than we deserve. We settle for mediocre jobs, mediocre relationships, mediocre lives. We're afraid to speak up, afraid to ask for more, afraid to rock the boat. But the Two of Wands is saying that it's time to break free from that pattern. It's time to unleash your voice, to speak your truth, and to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. And that can be scary, but it's also incredibly empowering. It's like, suddenly, you realize that you're not a victim of circumstance. You're not trapped by your choices. You have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to change your life. You have the power to be who you truly are, and that's an amazing feeling. Okay, so, where are we going with this? I feel like we're really digging into the idea of empowerment and choice and how they relate to your voice and your truth. And I think that's so important because it's not just about speaking your truth, it's about living your truth. It's about making choices that are aligned with your values, your passions, and your soul's purpose. It's about creating a life that's authentic, fulfilling, and meaningful. And I think the next cards are going to give us even more clarity on how to do that. They're going to give us some specific strategies, some practical tips, and some inspiring examples of how to unleash your voice and create a life that's truly aligned with your truth. I'm so excited to see what's coming next. I feel like we're on the verge of a major breakthrough, a major transformation, a major unleashing of your power and potential. Are you ready? I know I am. Let's do it. But wait, before we pull the next card, I just want to say one more thing about the Two of Wands. And that's this idea of vision. Because, the person in the Two of Wands card is often depicted holding a globe, right? And they're looking out at the world, surveying their options, and planning their next move. And I think that's really significant because it highlights the importance of having a clear vision for your future. If you don't know where you're going, how are you going to get there? If you don't have a clear vision for your life, how are you going to make choices that are aligned with your truth? And that's where the High Priestess comes in yet again, because she helps you to connect with your intuition, to tap into your inner wisdom, and to gain clarity on your soul's purpose. She helps you to see the big picture, to understand your place in the world, and to create a vision for your future that's both inspiring and achievable. It's imagine you're building a house, right? You wouldn't just start hammering nails and throwing up walls without a blueprint, would you? You need a plan, a vision, a clear idea of what you want the house to look like, how you want it to function, and what you want it to feel like. And that's what your vision is for your life. It's the blueprint for your future. It's the roadmap that guides you along your path. It's the compass that keeps you oriented towards your goals. And the Two of Wands is saying that it's time to get clear on your vision. It's time to define what you want, to visualize your success, and to create a plan for how to get there. And that doesn't mean you have to have everything figured out perfectly. It just means you need to have a general direction, a sense of purpose, and a belief in your ability to create the life you want. And that vision doesn't have to be grandiose or complicated. It can be something as simple as, I want to be happy, I want to be healthy, I want to be surrounded by love. Or it can be something more specific like, I want to write a book. I want to start a business. I want to travel the world. The important thing is that it's something that resonates with you, something that inspires you, and something that motivates you to take action. And once you have that vision, you can start making choices that are aligned with it. You can start saying no to things that don't support your vision, and yes to things that do. You can start taking steps, no matter how small, that move you closer to your goals. You can start creating a life that's truly aligned with your truth. And that's the power of the Two of Wands combined with the High Priestess and the empowering energy of the turquoise. It's about having a clear vision, making conscious choices, and taking inspired action. It's about creating a life that's authentic, fulfilling, and meaningful. And I know that you're capable of doing that. I know that you have the power to create the life of your dreams. You just have to believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and take that first step. Okay, I think I'm really done with the Two of Wands now. I feel like we've explored every angle, every possibility, every nuance of this card. I'm feeling clear, I'm feeling connected, and I'm feeling incredibly excited for what's next. Are you ready? I know I am. Let's do it. Let's pull that next card and see what the universe has in store for us. I'm, literally buzzing with anticipation right now. I can't wait to see what it is. I have so many questions, so many ideas, so many hopes for what this card will reveal. But I'm also trying to stay open, to stay present, and to stay receptive. Because I know that the cards will give us exactly what we need, exactly when we need it. And I trust that process. I trust the universe. And I trust you. I know that you're strong, you're resilient, and you're capable of anything. And I'm so honored to be on this journey with you. So let's do this. Let's pull that card. Okay, but wait for it. Wait for it. The next card is Death. Okay, not gonna lie, that card can freak people out, but trust me, it's not as scary as it sounds. It's not usually about physical death, okay? It's about transformation, endings, and new beginnings. It's about shedding the old to make way for the new. It's like dun dun duun. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually really powerful and can be super positive. I promise. Okay, so how does death fit into everything else we've been talking about? Well, with this unleashed voice theme, it's what needs to die in order for your true voice to emerge? What old beliefs, what old patterns, what old relationships, what old identities are holding you back from speaking your truth? You know, it's about clearing out the clutter, making space for what truly matters. Think of it like spring cleaning for your soul. You gotta get rid of all that stuff you don't need anymore to really let the sunshine in, you know? And remember that Eight of Wands, with all those messages coming in fast and furious. Well, death is okay, but which of those messages are actually worth listening to? Which ones are aligned with your new path? Which ones are just echoes of the past that you need to let go of? It's about discerning what's relevant and what's not, what's helpful and what's harmful. What resonates and what you should, chuck in the metaphorical garbage, you know. And then there's the Knight of Swords, all charged up and ready to fight. Death is okay, but what are you fighting for? Are you fighting for something that's truly worth it? Or are you just clinging to old battles, old grudges, old ways of doing things that are no longer serving you? Maybe it's time to sheath the sword, you know. Maybe it's time to find a new way to be a warrior, a way that's more aligned with your authentic self. A way where you I don't know, promote peace. It could be anything. And that Four of Swords? Oh honey, that rest and healing is essential right now. Because transformation is hard work. It takes energy, it takes courage, and it takes a whole lot of self-compassion. You gotta be gentle with yourself during this process. You gotta allow yourself to grieve what's ending, to process your emotions, and to recharge your batteries. Think of it like hibernation. You need to go inside, rest, and emerge in the spring all refreshed, renewed, and ready to bloom. Yeah, and the High Priestess? Oh, she's key here. Because your intuition is going to be your best guide through this transformation. She's gonna help you discern what needs to go, what needs to stay, and what new path to take. Trust your gut, listen to your inner voice, and let her lead the way. She knows what's up. She always does, you know? She's got that inner wisdom that will never lead you wrong. Never. And then, of course, there's that Two of Wands with all those choices and decisions. Death is okay, but are those choices truly aligned with your new self? Are they based on old fears, old expectations, old limitations? Or are they based on your authentic desires, your true potential, your highest calling? It's about making choices that are in alignment with the new you, not the old you. So, this death card is a huge deal in terms of, your unleashed voice, because, the truth is, sometimes we hold ourselves back. We're afraid to speak up, afraid to be ourselves, afraid to be seen. And, the reason is usually because of something that happened in the past. Some kind of trauma, some kind of hurt, some kind of limiting belief that we picked up along the way. And, that's where this death card comes in. It's it's time to let go of all of that baggage. It's time to release all of those fears. It's time to forgive yourself and move on. It's time to, step into your power and claim your voice. I feel for some of you, this might be about ending a relationship that's no longer serving you. Maybe you're with someone who's not supporting your dreams, who's not listening to your voice, who's not allowing you to be yourself. And it's scary to end a relationship, especially if you've been together for a long time. But sometimes, it's the most loving thing you can do for yourself. Or maybe it's about leaving a job that's sucking your soul dry. Maybe you're working in a toxic environment, maybe you're not being appreciated, maybe you're just not passionate about what you're doing. And it's scary to quit a job, especially if you don't have another one lined up. But sometimes, it's the only way to reclaim your power and your happiness. Or maybe it's about letting go of a dream that's no longer aligned with your path. Maybe you've been chasing a goal for years, but it's just not bringing you joy anymore. And it's scary to give up on a dream, especially if you've invested a lot of time and energy into it. But sometimes, it's the only way to make space for something new and even better. You know what I mean? And I know, this card can seem scary. I mean, it's called death, but it's so important to remember that death is a natural part of life. It's the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. It's like the seasons. Winter has to come to an end so that spring can begin. The leaves have to fall from the trees so that new buds can grow. You can't have a sunrise without a sunset. And that's what this death card is all about. It's about embracing the natural cycles of life, about letting go of what's no longer serving you, and about trusting that something new and beautiful is on its way. It's about trusting that the universe has your back, even when things seem scary or uncertain. It's about trusting that you have the strength, the courage, and the wisdom to navigate any challenge that comes your way. It's about trusting that you're exactly where you need to be, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. And that trust is so important, because without it, you're just going to be stuck in the past, clinging to old patterns, and resisting the changes that are trying to happen. And that's not going to get you anywhere. That's just going to make you miserable. So, instead of resisting the change, try to embrace it. Try to see it as an opportunity for growth, for transformation, for unleashing your voice in a way that you never thought possible. Try to see it as a chance to create a life that's more authentic, more fulfilling, and more aligned with your soul's purpose. Yeah, and remember that empowering energy of the turquoise. It's there to help you through this transformation. It's there to give you the courage to let go of what needs to go, to embrace the new, and to speak your truth with confidence and clarity. It's there to remind you that you're strong, you're resilient, and you're capable of anything. And the turquoise is a stone of empowerment and is meant to facilitate that for you, yeah. So, hold your turquoise, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, what needs to die in my life in order for me to unleash my voice? What am I afraid to let go of? What limiting beliefs are holding me back? And trust that the answers will come. And trust that you have the strength to do what needs to be done. I feel like this death card is also about, facing your fears. Because, a lot of times, we hold on to things that are no longer serving us because we're afraid of what will happen if we let go. We're afraid of being alone, afraid of being broke, afraid of being judged, afraid of failing. And, that's understandable. Fear is a natural human emotion, but it's important to remember that fear is often based on illusion. It's often based on stories that we tell ourselves about what might happen in the future, and those stories are not always true. So, instead of letting your fears control you, try to face them head on. Try to examine them, to question them, to challenge them. Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen if I let go of this? Okay, my friend, so you picked the carnelian heart, which is all about transformative energy. And with our theme being burning embers, messages forged in the fires of passion and change, get ready because this is gonna be good. Like already I'm feeling the heat. So let's dive right into these cards, okay? Wow. First up, we have the devil. Uh-oh, right? Don't freak out. It's not always as scary as it looks. But yeah, the devil. This card at its core often represents feeling trapped, right? Like stuck in a situation, a mindset, a relationship, a job, whatever it might be. It's about those chains that we think are holding us back, but here's the thing. Often those chains, they're self-imposed. You know, like we're the ones holding ourselves back. It's an illusion of being stuck, but the carnelian heart is here to help you find the strength to break free. It's transformative, remember? So what could this be in your life? Like, let's brainstorm. Is there a habit you just can't seem to kick? Maybe you're endlessly scrolling social media, comparing yourself to others, and feeling totally drained afterward. That's the devil. Are you in a relationship where you know, deep down, it's not serving you, but you're too afraid to leave? Devil energy. Or maybe it's a job where you feel undervalued, overworked, and just generally miserable, but you stay because of the paycheck. Again, devil, see how it shows up in so many ways. It's all about recognizing those patterns of behavior that are keeping you stuck, keeping you small, keeping you from your full potential. And the devil card is shining a light on it, saying, hey, wake up, you have the power to change this. But like the first step is always awareness, right? Recognizing what those chains actually are. Now, the thing about the devil is that it often involves temptation, right? Like instant gratification. That little voice that whispers, just one more episode, or just one more drink, or just one more look at their Instagram. It's that desire for immediate pleasure that keeps us stuck in those unhealthy cycles. But the carnelian wants you to understand that true, lasting fulfillment comes from breaking those chains, not indulging in them. Think about it like this. The devil promises you this quick hit of dopamine, this temporary escape from your problems. But it's a false promise. It never actually delivers on long-term happiness. It just leaves you feeling emptier and more trapped than before. And you know, sometimes the devil can represent a person, right? Someone in your life who is manipulative, controlling, or just generally toxic. Someone who feeds off your insecurities and keeps you feeling dependent on them. That's a big one to watch out for. If you have someone in your life who consistently makes you feel bad about yourself, that's a major red flag. And the devil card is urging you to distance yourself from that person, to reclaim your power. But here's the tricky part. Sometimes the devil energy comes from within, right? It's our own inner critic, that voice in our head that tells us we're not good enough, that we'll never succeed, that we don't deserve happiness. That inner critic can be even more insidious than an external force because it's always there, chipping away at our self-esteem. So, how do you break free from that inner devil? Well, first, you have to identify it, right? Start paying attention to the thoughts that run through your head. Are they mostly positive and encouraging, or are they mostly negative and self-deprecating? If it's the latter, then you know you're dealing with some inner devil energy. And then you have to challenge those thoughts. When that inner critic starts telling you that you're not good enough, ask yourself, is that really true? Is there any evidence to support that claim? Often, you'll find that there isn't, that it's just a story you've been telling yourself for years. And this is where the transformative energy of the carnelian really comes into play. Because breaking free from the devil isn't easy. It requires courage, self-awareness, and a willingness to confront your own darkness. But it's also incredibly liberating. When you break those chains, you open yourself up to a whole new world of possibilities. It is really about taking responsibility for your own life, for your own choices, and for your own happiness. It's about realizing that you are not a victim of circumstance. You have the power to create your own reality. You are not defined by your past mistakes. You have the power to learn from them and move forward. Another thing that I think of is maybe you're too focused on the material world, right? The devil can be a sign that you're placing too much importance on money, possessions, and status, and that you're neglecting the things that truly matter in life, like relationships, spirituality, and personal growth. So, if you resonate with that, the devil card is urging you to reevaluate your priorities. What truly brings you joy? What makes you feel alive? What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? These are the questions you should be asking yourself. It's all about finding that balance, right? Between the material and the spiritual, between the physical and the emotional, between the practical and the whimsical. It's about recognizing that you are a complex being with many different needs and desires, and that you need to nurture all aspects of yourself in order to truly thrive. And remember, the Devil card isn't about judgment. It's not saying you're a bad person. It's simply pointing out areas in your life where you're holding yourself back, where you're settling for less than you deserve. It's an invitation to step into your power and create a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. So, take some time to reflect on what the Devil card means for you. What chains are you ready to break? What temptations are you ready to resist? What limiting beliefs are you ready to release? The answers are within you. And the carnelian heart is there to guide you on your journey of transformation. This is where it gets really interesting, though, because after the Devil, we have the Lovers. So, like, you're breaking free from something and then bam, you're faced with a major decision. So, what is that decision and how do you make the right choice? Like, what if the thing that feels so good, the thing that you think you want, is actually another trap? Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's dive into the Lovers card first, all right? Oh my God. The Lovers card is not always about romantic love. It's about choices, alignment, and values. Yes, it can definitely indicate a romantic relationship, but it's more broadly about partnerships and making important decisions that align with your true self. The choices we make. It represents harmony, attraction, and perfect unions. Think of it as a mirror reflecting back at you, showing you what you truly desire and value. But there's a catch. This reflection requires deep honesty and self-awareness. Are you truly seeing yourself? Or are you projecting an image of who you think you should be? So, first and foremost, it's decision time, right? There's a major choice to be made. The Lovers card often appears when you're at a crossroads, when you're faced with two or more paths and you're not sure which one to take. And this isn't just any decision. It's a decision that will have a significant impact on your life. It could be a decision about a relationship, right? Are you going to commit to this person? Are you going to end things? Are you going to work through your issues? Or maybe it's a decision about your career. Are you going to take that new job? Are you going to start your own business? Are you going to go back to school? Or maybe it's a more personal decision, right? Are you going to move to a new city? Are you going to start a family? Are you going to finally pursue your dreams? These are all big, life-altering choices. And the Lovers card is urging you to weigh your options carefully and make a decision that is aligned with your heart and soul. But here's the thing. The right choice isn't always the easiest choice. Sometimes, the right choice requires you to step outside your comfort zone, to take a risk, to face your fears. And that can be scary, right? It can be tempting to just stay where you are, to stick with what you know, even if it's not making you happy. But the Lovers card is encouraging you to be brave, to trust your intuition, and to make a decision that will lead you to greater fulfillment. So, how do you make the right choice? Well, first, you need to get clear about your values. What's truly important to you in life? What do you stand for? What do you believe in? Your values are your guiding principles, the things that you use to make decisions. So, if you're not clear about your values, it's going to be very difficult to make a decision that feels right. Take some time to reflect on your values. Write them down. Talk about them with someone you trust. Once you're clear about your values, you can start to evaluate your options. Which option aligns most closely with your values? Which option feels most authentic to you? Which option will bring you the greatest sense of fulfillment? And this is where the carnelian heart comes in again. Because making a decision that is aligned with your values requires you to be honest with yourself. You have to be willing to confront your own biases, your own fears, your own insecurities. You have to be willing to let go of what you think you should do and embrace what you truly want to do. And that can be a really challenging process, but it's also incredibly rewarding. Because when you make a decision that is aligned with your values, you feel a sense of peace and clarity that is unmatched. The Lovers is also about partnerships. And this isn't just about romantic relationships. It's about any kind of partnership, whether it's a business partnership, a friendship, or a family relationship. It's about finding someone who compliments you, who supports you, who challenges you to grow. But the key here is balance, right? The Lover's card isn't about losing yourself in a relationship. It's about maintaining your own individuality while also being part of a team. It's about respecting each other's boundaries, communicating openly, and supporting each other's goals. If you're in a relationship, the Lover's card is a reminder to nurture that connection, to prioritize quality time together, to express your love and appreciation. But it's also a reminder to maintain your own sense of self, to pursue your own interests, and to spend time with your own friends. It's all about finding that balance between independence and interdependence. And if you're not in a relationship, the Lover's card is a sign that you're ready to attract a partner who is aligned with your values, who supports your dreams, and who loves you for who you are. The tricky thing is, the Lover's card can sometimes indicate a choice between two different relationships, right? Like you might be torn between two people, both of whom you care about deeply. And that can be a really painful situation, because you don't want to hurt anyone, but you also don't want to settle for less than you deserve. If you're in that situation, the Lover's card is urging you to be honest with yourself and with both parties involved. Don't string anyone along. Don't make promises you can't keep. Don't let your fear of hurting someone else prevent you from making the right choice for yourself. It's okay to choose yourself. It's okay to prioritize your own happiness. It's okay to walk away from a situation that isn't serving you, but do it with compassion and respect, and trust that the universe will guide you to the right path. It's also about recognizing the duality within yourself, right? The light and the dark, the masculine and the feminine, the conscious and the unconscious. The Lover's card is urging you to integrate these different aspects of yourself, to embrace your whole being, to love yourself unconditionally. Because when you love yourself, you attract love from others. When you accept yourself, you attract acceptance from others. And when you believe in yourself, you attract opportunities that are aligned with your highest potential. So, take some time to reflect on what the Lover's card means for you. What choices are you facing? What values are guiding you? What partnerships are you nurturing? The answers are within you. And the Carnelian heart is there to empower you to make decisions that are aligned with your truth. And remember that the decisions you make now will shape your future. So, choose wisely. Choose with intention. Choose with love. So, you've faced the devil, you've made a choice with the Lovers. Now what? Where do you go from here? That brings us to the Two of Wands. But how do you even begin to plan when you're still feeling the weight of those past challenges and the intensity of that decision? Okay, here we go. Let's talk about the Two of Wands. Hit this card. It's all about planning, making decisions about your future, and feeling a little bit stuck, even when you have all these possibilities in front of you, right? It's like you're standing at a crossroads, but instead of two clear paths like in the Lovers, you see a whole landscape of options, and you're not sure which way to go. The Two of Wands often shows up when you've achieved some level of success or stability, but you're feeling this nagging sense that there's something more out there for you. You've climbed one mountain, but now you see a whole range of peaks in the distance, and you're wondering which one to conquer next. It's like you're holding the world in your hands, literally. You have the power, you have the resources, you have the knowledge, but you're hesitating to take action. You're weighing your options, considering the risks, and trying to figure out the best way to move forward. But here's the catch. Overthinking can lead to paralysis. If you spend too much time analyzing every possible scenario, you'll never actually take that first step. The Two of Wands is urging you to trust your intuition, to embrace the unknown, and to take a leap of faith. So, what does this look like in your life? Well, maybe you've been working at the same job for years and you're good at it, but you're not passionate about it. You have this idea for a business or this creative project you've always wanted to pursue, but you're afraid to leave the security of your current job. Or maybe you're in a relationship that's comfortable, but not exciting. You love your partner, but you're feeling this pull to explore new horizons, to experience new things. And you're not sure whether to stay in the relationship or to venture out on your own. Or maybe you've achieved a major goal, like graduating from college or buying a house, and now you're feeling this sense of, okay, what's next? You've reached this milestone, but you haven't figured out what you want to do with the rest of your life. The Two of Wands is all about that feeling of being in between, of being on the cusp of something new, but not quite knowing how to get there. And this is where the carnelian heart can really help, because the Two of Wands isn't just about planning. It's about aligning your plans with your passions. It's about finding a path that not only leads to success, but also brings you joy and fulfillment. The carnelian's transformative energy can help you tap into your inner fire to identify what truly excites you and to make decisions that are aligned with your soul's purpose. So, how do you move forward when you're feeling stuck? Well, first, you need to get clear about your vision. What do you want your life to look like in the future? What kind of experiences do you want to have? What kind of impact do you want to make on the world? Don't be afraid to dream big. Don't let your limiting beliefs hold you back. Just allow yourself to imagine the most amazing, fulfilling life possible. Once you have a clear vision, you can start to break it down into smaller, more manageable goals. What are the steps you need to take to get from where you are now to where you want to be? And this is where the planning comes in. Create a roadmap for yourself. Set deadlines. Identify the resources you need. And don't be afraid to ask for help. There are people in your life who want to support you, who believe in you, and who can offer guidance and advice. But the most important thing is to take action. Don't just sit around waiting for the perfect opportunity to fall into your lap. Start small, take one step at a time, and celebrate your progress along the way. Because every step you take, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goals. The Two of Wands can also indicate the need to expand your horizons. Maybe you've been stuck in the same routine for too long. Maybe you need to travel, to learn new things, to meet new people. Maybe you need to step outside your comfort zone and try something completely different. The universe is vast and full of possibilities. Don't limit yourself to what you already know. Be open to new experiences. Be willing to explore uncharted territory. And trust that the universe will guide you to the right path. It's like you're standing on the edge of a cliff, looking out at the world. You have the whole world at your fingertips, but you're afraid to jump. The Two of Wands is urging you to take that leap of faith, to trust that you'll land on your feet, and to embrace the adventure that awaits you. Think about what truly excites you. What makes you feel alive? What are you passionate about? These are the clues that will guide you to your true purpose. Don't ignore them. Follow them. And trust that the universe will support you every step of the way. And remember, the Two of Wands isn't just about individual success. It's also about making a positive impact on the world. How can you use your talents and skills to make a difference? How can you contribute to something bigger than yourself? How can you leave the world a better place than you found it? The carnelian heart reminds you that you have the power to transform not only your own life, but also the lives of others. So, don't be afraid to use your voice, to stand up for what you believe in, to fight for justice and equality. You have a unique perspective, a unique set of skills, and a unique purpose to fulfill. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not good enough, that you can't make a difference, or that your dreams are too big. You are capable of amazing things, and the world needs your gifts. Embrace your power, embrace your potential, and embrace the journey ahead. So, take some time to reflect on what the Two of Wands means for you. What are your plans for the future? What are your passions? What impact do you want to make on the world? The answers are within you, and the carnelian heart is there to ignite your fire and guide you on your path. It's about recognizing that you are not alone. You are connected to a vast network of support, guidance, and love, and that you have the power to create a life that is aligned with your highest potential. So, trust yourself. Trust the universe. And trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. So, you see how these cards all fit together? You're breaking free from something that's holding you back, you're making a major decision about your future, and you're planning your next move. It's all about transformation, right? It's about stepping into your power and creating a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. And the carnelian heart is there to support you every step of the way. So, what's the next step on this journey? What do we need to look at next to really understand the full picture here? I'm so excited to see what's coming. Okay. I'm so ready for this. Oh my gosh, okay, so after all that, after the Devil and the Lovers and the Two of Wands, we get the Page of Wands. Ah, I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, this is exactly what we needed, right? Okay, so the Page of Wands. So, like in general, before we even connect it to everything else, the Page of Wands is all about new beginnings, new ideas, inspiration, just like this burst of creative energy, you know? It's like when you're feeling stuck, and then all of a sudden, bam, you have this amazing idea, this flash of insight that just totally changes everything, you know? That's the Page of Wands energy. It's so good. So get ready for some serious inspiration coming your way. This is so perfect. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been working through all this heavy stuff, dealing with the devil, making these big decisions with the Lovers, planning for the future with the Two of Wands, and now it's time to have some fun, to explore your creativity, to get excited about something new. So, yeah, the Page of Wands generally is just such a good card. It's all about being open to new opportunities, being willing to take risks, and just following your passions wherever they may lead, you know? It's don't be afraid to try new things, don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone, because that's where all the magic happens, you know? It's really about that. And this page, it's a person, right? So sometimes it can literally mean that someone is coming into your life with some, news or with some offer, or with some, opportunity that's going to be really, really exciting for you, right? So it could be, literally a person, showing up and being hey, I have this amazing idea and I want you to be a part of it. Or hey, I have this job offer that I think you would be perfect for. Or hey, I have this amazing, romantic opportunity for you. It could be literally someone showing up, or it could just be this energy of newness and excitement and inspiration just flooding into your life. So I'm so excited for you. But okay, so let's actually connect it to everything else that we've already talked about, right? Because that's where it gets really, really interesting. So remember how we were talking about the devil and feeling trapped, right? Feeling stuck in these patterns, feeling you're chained to something, right? Well, the Page of Wands is the key to unlocking those chains, right? It's this new idea, this new inspiration, this new passion is going to give you the energy and the motivation to finally break free from whatever's been holding you back, you know? It's you're going to see a way out that you didn't see before. You're going to have the courage to take a risk that you were too afraid to take before, and you're going to finally step into your power and be okay, I'm done with this. I'm ready for something new. I'm ready for something better. Yes. This Page of Wands is really just the thing that you need to shake yourself out of that devil energy, right? And it helps you to see it for what it is, an illusion, like we were saying. And now, with the Lovers, right, we were talking about making a big decision, about choosing between two paths, about aligning with your values, right? Well, the Page of Wands can help you with that too, because it can give you clarity about what you truly want, you know? It's when you're connected to your passions, when you're excited about something new, it becomes so much easier to make decisions that are aligned with your heart and soul, right? Because you're not just choosing between two options, you're choosing between what feels good and what feels amazing, right? And it makes it so much easier. So it's this Page of Wands is going to help you to really get clear about what your values are, what your passions are, and what you truly want in your life. And then you can use that clarity to make the right decision with the Lovers, you know? It's it's all connected. It's so cool. And then remember the Two of Wands. Oh my gosh. We were talking about feeling stuck, even though you have all these possibilities in front of you, right? Well, the Page of Wands is the thing that's going to unstick you, right? It's it's going to give you the energy and the motivation to finally take action, to finally start pursuing your dreams, to finally step into your power and create the life that you've always wanted, you know. It's you're not just going to be planning anymore, you're actually going to be doing, you're actually going to be creating, you're actually going to be making things happen. And it's going to be so exciting. This Page of Wands is really just the thing that you need to get moving and to start making progress towards your goals, you know. It's so good. Okay, so I'm just so excited about this Page of Wands energy because it's just so transformative and so powerful. And it's exactly what you needed after all that heavy stuff with the devil and the lovers and the Two of Wands, you know? But okay, so we have to, dig a little bit deeper, right? Because there's always more to the story. So, what kind of new idea is this? What kind of new passion is this? What kind of new opportunity is this? We need to get more specific, right? So let's think about the Wands suit in general, right? Because the Wands suit is all about creativity, passion, action, energy, right? So this new idea, this new passion, this new opportunity is probably going to be related to something that you're really passionate about, something that you're really creative about, something that you're really energetic about, you know. It's not going to be something that's boring or dull or routine. It's going to be something that really lights you up, something that makes you feel alive, something that makes you feel excited to get out of bed in the morning, you know. It's going to be something that you're just naturally drawn to, something that you can't help but want to do, you know. So think about what you're really passionate about, right? What do you love to do? What makes you happy? What are you good at? What do you enjoy learning about? What do you dream about doing? Those are all clues about what this new idea, this new passion, this new opportunity might be related to, you know. And it could be something that you've always wanted to do, but you've been too afraid to try, or it could be something that you've never even thought about before, but it just suddenly pops into your head and you're like, oh my gosh, that's amazing, I have to do that. You know, it's it could be anything. The possibilities are endless. But okay, so let's get even more specific, right? Because the Page of Wands is a page, right? And pages in the tarot are all about beginnings, about learning, about exploring, right? So this new idea, this new passion, this new opportunity is probably going to be something that you're just starting to learn about, something that you're just starting to explore, something that you're just starting to get into, you know. It's you're not going to be an expert at it yet. You're not going to know everything about it yet, but you're going to be really excited to learn, you're going to be really excited to explore, and you're going to be really excited to see where it leads you, you know. It's going to be something that's new and fresh and exciting, and it's going to be something that you can really sink your teeth into and just get totally absorbed in, you know. And pages can sometimes be a little bit impulsive, right? They get so excited about something new that they just jump right in without really thinking about it, you know. So it's important to temper that enthusiasm with a little bit of practicality, right? Don't just quit your job and run off to join the circus without thinking about how you're going to pay your bills, you know. Be excited, be enthusiastic, be passionate, but also be responsible, be practical, and be realistic, you know. It's find that balance between following your dreams and paying your rent, you know. That's really important. So this Page of Wands is all about embracing that beginner energy, right? Being willing to be a student, being willing to make mistakes, being willing to learn from your experiences, you know. It's don't be afraid to be a beginner, because everyone starts somewhere, right? And the best way to learn is to just jump in and start doing, you know? So embrace that beginner energy, embrace that learning process, and just have fun with it, you know. It's it's going to be so rewarding and so fulfilling, and you're going to learn so much about yourself and about the world, you know. So think about something that you've always been curious about, but you've never really had the chance to explore, right? Maybe you've always wanted to learn how to play the guitar, or how to paint, or how to write a novel, or how to start a business, or how to travel the world, you know. Whatever it is, this is the time to start exploring it. This is the time to start learning about it. This is the time to start getting into it, you know. It's the universe is giving you the green light to pursue your passions, to follow your dreams, and to create the life that you've always wanted, you know? And remember our theme, right? Burning embers, messages forged in the fires of passion and change. This Page of Wands, it's like a spark, right? It's the thing that ignites those embers, that takes that potential energy and turns it into something real, something powerful, something transformative, you know. It's you've been carrying these embers inside you for a long time, these passions, these dreams, these desires, but they've just been smoldering. They haven't really been burning, you know. But this Page of Wands is like the thing that comes along and like blows on those embers and like gets them burning brightly. And all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I'm on fire. I'm so excited. I have to do this. You know, it's that feeling of like being totally ignited, of being totally inspired, of being totally passionate. And it's so powerful, you know. So like this Page of Wands is really just about embracing that fire, about embracing that passion, about embracing that excitement, and about letting it guide you on your journey, you know. It's like, don't be afraid to be passionate. Don't be afraid to be excited. Don't be afraid to follow your dreams, because that's where you're going to find your true purpose. That's where you're going to find your true happiness. And that's where you're going to find your true fulfillment, you know? And the carnelian heart, right? It's all about transformative energy. That crystal is amplifying this page's message so strongly. It's not just a little spark. It's a controlled burn that transforms everything in its path, right? But here's the thing, and this is super important. This new beginning, this spark, this message, it might not be what you expect, okay? It might not look like you think it should. Because sometimes we get these ideas in our head about what our passions should be, or what our careers should be, or what our relationships should be. And we get so fixated on those ideas that we miss the real opportunities that are right in front of us, you know. So like, be open to the unexpected, be open to the unusual, be open to the things that you never thought you would be interested in, because those might be the very things that lead you to your true purpose, you know. Like, think about a time when you tried something new and you were surprised by how much you enjoyed it, right? Like, maybe you took a dance class and you discovered that you loved dancing, or maybe you volunteered at an animal shelter and you discovered that you loved working with animals, or maybe you started a blog and you discovered that you loved writing, you know. Like, those are all examples of how trying something new can lead you to a passion that you never knew you had, you know. So like, be open to those kinds of experiences, be open to those kinds of opportunities, and be open to the possibility that your true passion might be something that you haven't even discovered yet, you know? And this kind of goes back to the devil, right? Because sometimes those chains that hold us back aren't external, they're internal. They're our own limiting beliefs about what we're capable of, about what we deserve, about what's possible for us, you know? So, like, this Page of Wands is an invitation to challenge those limiting beliefs, to break free from those internal chains, and to step into your full potential, you know? It's like you're so much more capable than you think you are, you're so much more deserving than you think you are, and so much more is possible for you than you think is possible, you know? So, like, embrace that potential, embrace that possibility, and embrace the journey of discovering what you're truly capable of, you know? And with the lovers, right, we talked about choices and values. And I feel like this page is telling you to choose the path that lights you up, the one that makes you feel excited and passionate, the one that aligns with your true values, even if it's scary or unconventional, you know. Because that's the path that's going to lead you to your greatest fulfillment, that's the path that's going to lead you to your true happiness, and that's the path that's going to lead you to your true purpose, you know. So, like, don't be afraid to choose the path less traveled. Don't be afraid to choose the path that scares you, and don't be afraid to choose the path that makes you feel alive, you know? It's like, that's the path that's meant for you, and the universe is going to support you every step of the way, you know? And finally, with the Two of Wands, right, we talked about planning and feeling stuck, and I feel like this page is saying, stop planning and start doing. Stop thinking and start creating. Stop waiting and start living, you know? It's like you can't plan your way to happiness, you can't think your way to success, and you can't wait your way to fulfillment. You have to take action, you have to create something, and you have to start living your life right now, you know. So, like, stop overthinking it, stop overanalyzing it, and just jump in and start doing something, anything, that makes you feel excited and passionate, you know. It's like, that's the key to unlocking your potential, that's the key to creating the life that you want, and that's the key to finding your true purpose, you know. So, like, I'm just feeling so much energy and excitement around this Page of Wands, and I'm so excited for you to see where it leads you, you know. I feel like this is a really significant turning point in your journey, and I feel like it's going to lead you to some amazing places, you know. So, embrace this new energy, embrace this new passion, embrace this new opportunity, and just see where it takes you, you know? It's like the universe is on your side, the universe is supporting you, and the universe is guiding you every step of the way, you know? So, trust yourself, trust the universe, and trust the journey, you know? Okay, so, what's the catch, right? Because there's always a catch. And the catch with the Page of Wands is that, sometimes we can get so excited about something new that we, lose sight of everything else, right? We can get so caught up in the excitement that we neglect our responsibilities, we neglect our relationships, and we neglect our own well-being, you know? So, it's important to stay grounded, it's important to stay balanced, and it's important to stay connected to the things that are truly important to you. Even when you're feeling really excited about something new, you know. It's don't let the excitement of the moment blind you to the bigger picture, and don't let it cause you to neglect the things that are truly important in your life, you know. And this kind of goes back to the devil again, right? Because sometimes those things that we think are holding us back are actually the things that are keeping us grounded, the things that are keeping us balanced, and the things that are keeping us connected to what's truly important, you know. So, don't just abandon everything in your life in the pursuit of something new, but rather, find a way to integrate this new passion into your existing life in a way that's sustainable, in a way that's balanced, and in a way that's fulfilling, you know. And with the Lovers, right? It's about making conscious choices about how you're spending your time and your energy, ensuring this new spark aligns with your deeper relationships and values, so you don't burn any bridges. Make sure you're still making time for your loved ones, for your responsibilities, and for your own self-care, even when you're feeling really excited about something new, you know? It's all about finding that balance, and it's all about making conscious choices about how you're spending your time and your energy, you know? And with the Two of Wands, right? It's about not letting the excitement of the moment derail your plans for the future. You don't want to get so caught up in this new shiny thing that you forget about your long-term goals. This new opportunity should be a step towards that vision, not a distraction from it. Okay, so, I'm feeling like we're getting really close to, understanding the big picture here, but we still have, a few more cards to pull, right? So, what do we need to look at next to really understand, how to integrate this Page of Wands energy into your life in a way that's sustainable, in a way that's balanced, and in a way that's fulfilling? What's the next step on this journey? What do we need to know to, really make the most of this opportunity and to, create the life that you've always wanted? I'm so excited to see what comes up next. Okay, so, what's blocking these blessings, right? What's, standing in the way of you fully embracing this Page of Wands energy and, creating the life of your dreams? Oh my gosh. Okay, so for that we have the Ten of Swords. Oh no, okay, don't freak out, don't freak out. It's not as bad as it looks, okay? It's not like the end of the world, even though it kind of looks like it, right? With all those swords in the back, it looks intense. But it's not like how it looks, okay? I promise. So the Ten of Swords, in general, is all about endings, right? It's about hitting rock bottom. It's about feeling like everything is falling apart. It's about, facing your fears and, letting go of what no longer serves you, you know? It's the culmination of something, it's the final chapter, it's the end of a cycle, you know? But here's the thing, and this is super important. Endings are necessary for new beginnings, right? You can't start something new until you've let go of something old. You can't move forward until you've closed the door on the past, you know? So, the Ten of Swords, while it can be scary, it's also, a really powerful card because it's saying, okay, this is over. It's time to move on. It's time to start fresh. It's time to create something new. You know, it's really about that. So it's not the end of your story, it's just the end of a chapter, you know? And sometimes the Ten of Swords can represent feeling betrayed, right? Feeling stabbed in the back, feeling like someone has let you down, feeling like you can't trust anyone, you know? But it can also represent betraying yourself, right? Letting yourself down, not living up to your own potential, not following your own dreams, you know? And that's a really important distinction to make because sometimes we're the ones who are holding ourselves back. We're the ones who are sabotaging our own success. We're the ones who are preventing ourselves from living our best lives, you know. It's like we have to take responsibility for that and like recognize that we have the power to change it, you know? It's like, it's about taking that power back. So, yeah, the Ten of Swords is like, okay, the dramatic ending, the thing has ended, and you need to recognize it as ended, right? Okay, so, like, let's connect this to the devil, right? Because that's, like, where it gets really interesting. So, remember how we were talking about the devil and feeling trapped, right? Like, feeling stuck in these patterns, feeling like you're chained to something, right? Well, the Ten of Swords can be, like, the final breaking point of that, right? It's like you've been feeling trapped for so long, you've been feeling stuck for so long, and you've finally reached the point where you're like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm done. I'm ready to break free. You know. It's like it's the moment where you finally realize that those chains are self-imposed, that you have the power to break free, and that you're not going to let anything hold you back anymore, you know? It's like it's the moment where you finally say, enough is enough. I'm taking control of my life. I'm creating my own destiny, you know. It's about recognizing that power is within you to take back. So, like, this Ten of Swords is like cutting through those chains, right? It's like severing those ties. It's like releasing you from that prison that you've been living in, you know? It's like, it's a really powerful moment of liberation. And it's a moment of like claiming your freedom and stepping into your power, you know? But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Ten of Swords can also represent like the fear of breaking free, right? Like the fear of the unknown, the fear of what's going to happen next, the fear of leaving your comfort zone, you know. It's like even though you know that you need to break free, even though you know that you're not happy where you are, you're still scared to take that leap of faith. You're still scared to step into the unknown. You're still scared to leave behind what's familiar, you know. And like, that's totally normal, right? It's totally normal to be scared of change. It's totally normal to be scared of the unknown. It's totally normal to be scared of stepping outside of your comfort zone, you know? But the Ten of Swords is urging you to push through that fear, to embrace the unknown, and to trust that everything is going to be okay, you know. It's like it's saying, yes, it's scary, yes, it's uncertain, yes, it's unfamiliar, but it's also worth it. It's worth it to break free, it's worth it to step into your power, and it's worth it to create a life that you truly love. You know? So like, don't let your fear hold you back, don't let your fear paralyze you, and don't let your fear prevent you from living your best life, you know? Embrace the fear, push through the fear, and trust that everything is going to be okay, you know? Because, like, on the other side of that fear is freedom, is power, and is a life that you truly love, you know? But you have to actually trust that the ending means a new beginning, right? You can't be so focused on the ending that you don't see the new beginning right there, waiting. And then, with the lovers, right? Oh my gosh, this is so good. So remember how we were talking about making a big decision, about choosing between two paths, about aligning with your values, right? Well, the Ten of Swords can be like the final decision, right? It's like you've been weighing your options, you've been considering the pros and cons, and you've finally reached the point where you're like, okay, I know what I need to do. I know what's right for me. I know what's aligned with my values. You know, it's like it's the moment where you finally make that decision and you're like, okay, I'm committing to this. I'm going all in. I'm not looking back. You know, and like that can be a really scary moment, right? Because like once you make that decision, there's no going back, there's no changing your mind, there's no hedging your bets, you know? It's like you're fully committed to this path and you're willing to do whatever it takes to make it work, you know? So like it's really about trusting your gut and knowing you made the right decision and trusting the path ahead. So like this Ten of Swords is like cutting through the confusion, right? It's like severing the ties to the other options. It's like clearing the path for you to move forward with confidence and clarity, you know. It's like it's a really powerful moment of commitment, and it's a moment of like aligning yourself with your true values and stepping into your true potential, you know. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Ten of Swords can also represent like the fear of making the wrong decision, right? Like the fear of choosing the wrong path, the fear of regretting your choice, the fear of messing everything up, you know. It's like, even though you know what you need to do, even though you know what's right for you, you're still scared that you're going to make the wrong decision and that you're going to ruin everything, you know? And like, that's totally normal, right? It's totally normal to be scared of making the wrong decision. It's totally normal to be scared of regretting your choice. And it's totally normal to be scared of messing everything up. But the Ten of Swords is urging you to trust yourself, to trust your intuition, and to trust that you're making the best decision you can with the information you have. It's like it's saying, yes, you might make mistakes, yes, you might face challenges, yes, you might have regrets, but you're also capable of learning from your mistakes, you're capable of overcoming your challenges, and you're capable of forgiving yourself for your regrets. So, don't let your fear of making the wrong decision paralyze you. Don't let it prevent you from taking action, and don't let it stop you from living your life. Trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust that you're making the best decision you can. Because, even if you make mistakes, you're still capable of learning and growing and creating a life that you love. It's about moving forward, even with the fear, right? Okay, so, let's connect this to the Two of Wands, right? Because, oh my gosh, this is getting so good. So, remember how we were talking about feeling stuck, even though you have all these possibilities in front of you, right? Well, the Ten of Swords can be the thing that finally unsticks you, right? It's like you've been feeling stuck for so long, you've been feeling paralyzed by all the possibilities, and you've finally reached the point where you're like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I need to move forward. I need to take action. It's the moment where you finally realize that you can't stay stuck in the same place forever, that you need to start exploring your options, that you need to start pursuing your dreams, and that you need to start creating a life that you truly love. So, this Ten of Swords is cutting through the indecision, right? It's severing the ties to the old ways of thinking. It's clearing the path for you to move forward with purpose and intention. It's a really powerful moment of clarity, and it's a moment of aligning yourself with your true goals and stepping into your true potential. It's the Ten of Swords can be that dramatic end of the overthinking, right? You've thought so much about everything, and then something happens and you're just enough. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Ten of Swords can also represent the fear of failure, right? The fear of not being good enough, the fear of not being able to achieve your goals, the fear of disappointing yourself and others. It's even though you know what you want to do, even though you know what you're capable of, you're still scared that you're going to fail, that you're going to mess everything up, and that you're going to end up worse off than you were before. And that's totally normal, right? It's totally normal to be scared of failure. It's totally normal to be scared of not being good enough. And it's totally normal to be scared of disappointing yourself and others. But the Ten of Swords is urging you to embrace failure, to learn from your mistakes, and to trust that you're capable of achieving your goals, even if you stumble along the way. It's it's saying, yes, you might fail, yes, you might make mistakes, yes, you might face challenges, but you're also capable of learning from your failures, you're capable of overcoming your mistakes, and you're capable of achieving your goals, even if it takes longer than you expected. So, don't let your fear of failure paralyze you. Don't let it prevent you from taking action, and don't let it stop you from pursuing your dreams. Embrace failure, learn from your mistakes, and trust that you're capable of achieving your goals. Because, on the other side of failure is success, is growth, and is a life that you truly love. You just have to make the decision that, one bad thing is not the end of the world, right? It's literally just one bad thing. Okay, so, let's connect this to the Page of Wands, right? Because, oh my gosh, this is getting so good. So remember how we were talking about new beginnings, new ideas, inspiration, and creative energy, right? Well, the Ten of Swords can be the clearing of the way for all of that to come in, right? It's you've been holding onto old beliefs, old patterns, and old ways of thinking that are no longer serving you. And the Ten of Swords is cutting through all of that and making space for new ideas, new inspiration, and new creative energy to flow in. It's the moment where you finally let go of the past and you open yourself up to the possibilities of the future. So this Ten of Swords is cutting through the doubt, right? It's like severing the ties to the old limiting beliefs. It's like clearing the path for you to move forward with confidence, excitement, and enthusiasm. It's like it's a really powerful moment of transformation. And it's a moment of aligning yourself with your true passions and stepping into your true creative potential. It is saying to just absolutely close that door on any of the self-doubt that you have, right? But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Ten of Swords can also represent the fear of being vulnerable, right? Like the fear of putting yourself out there, the fear of being judged, the fear of being rejected. It's like even though you're excited about these new ideas, even though you're inspired to create something new, you're still scared of what people are going to think. You're still scared of not being good enough, and you're still scared of being rejected. And that's totally normal, right? It's totally normal to be scared of being vulnerable. It's totally normal to be scared of putting yourself out there. And it's totally normal to be scared of being judged or rejected. But the Ten of Swords is urging you to embrace vulnerability, to be authentic, and to trust that you're worthy of love and acceptance, even if you're not perfect. It's like it's saying, yes, you might be judged, yes, you might be rejected, yes, you might face criticism, but you're also capable of handling those things, you're also worthy of love and acceptance, and you're also capable of creating something amazing, even if it's not perfect. So don't let your fear of being vulnerable paralyze you. Don't let it prevent you from putting yourself out there. And don't let it stop you from pursuing your creative passions. Embrace vulnerability, be authentic, and trust that you're worthy of love and acceptance. Because on the other side of vulnerability is connection, is creativity, and is a life that you truly love. You've just really got to take a risk and be seen. Okay, so let's connect this to the carnelian heart and the theme of burning embers, right? Because oh my gosh, this is getting so good. So remember how the carnelian heart is all about transformative energy, and the theme is about messages forged in the fires of passion and change, right? Well, the Ten of Swords is the fire that burns away the old, making way for the new transformation, right? It's like you've been holding on to these old patterns, these old beliefs, and these old fears for so long. And they're blocking your energy, they're preventing you from moving forward, and they're keeping you stuck in the past. But the Ten of Swords is the fire that comes in and burns all of that away, making space for new energy, new opportunities, and new possibilities to come into your life. It's a really powerful moment of purification, and it's a moment of aligning yourself with your true purpose and stepping into your true potential. The transformative energy can't even start until you let those swords fall away, right? You've got to release it to allow transformation. But here's the thing, and this is really, really important. The Ten of Swords can also represent the fear of change, right? The fear of the unknown, the fear of the future, the fear of losing control. It's even though you know that change is necessary, even though you know that you need to let go of the past, you're still scared of what's going to happen next. You're still scared of what the future holds, and you're still scared of losing control of your life. And that's totally normal, right? It's totally normal to be scared of change. It's totally normal to be scared of the unknown, and it's totally normal to be scared of losing control. But the Ten of Swords is urging you to embrace change, to trust the unknown, and to surrender to the flow of life. It's it's saying, yes, change is scary. Yes, the unknown is uncertain. Yes, losing control is uncomfortable. But you're also capable of handling those things. You're also worthy of a beautiful future, and you're also capable of creating a life that you love, even if it's different from what you expected. So, don't let your fear of change paralyze you. Don't let it prevent you from moving forward. And don't let it stop you from creating a life that you love. Embrace change, trust the unknown, and surrender to the flow of life. Because, on the other side of change is growth, is opportunity, and is a life that you truly love. And that carnelian heart is there to help you with that, to give you the courage to embrace change, to trust the unknown, and to surrender to the flow of life. It really, really wants you to see it, even if you're scared. So, what's next, right? what do we need to look at next to really understand how to integrate this Ten of Swords energy into your life in a way that's healthy, in a way that's balanced, and in a way that's aligned with your true purpose? Like, what's the key to unlocking the transformative power of this card and creating a life that you truly love? I'm so excited to see what comes up next, because I feel like we're getting really close to something big, something powerful, and something truly transformative. I can't wait. Okay, so, what's next, right? What do we need to look at next to really understand how to integrate this Ten of Swords energy into your life in a way that's healthy, in a way that's balanced, and in a way that's aligned with your true purpose? Like, what's the key to unlocking the transformative power of this card and creating a life that you truly love? I'm so excited to see what comes up next because I feel like we're getting really close to something big, something powerful, and something truly transformative. I can't wait. And for that, we have the Eight of Pentacles. Ooh, okay. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Okay, so, in general, the Eight of Pentacles is all about hard work, dedication, craftsmanship, mastery, and skill, you know? It's about putting in the effort, it's about honing your skills, it's about perfecting your craft, and it's about becoming a master of your domain, you know? So, it's that consistent energy that makes all the difference. It's not about innate skill, but it is really about that dedication, that willingness to put in work. It's not just about having talent, it's about developing your talent, it's about practicing your talent, and it's about using your talent to create something amazing, you know? So, it's really about that. So, get ready to roll up your sleeves and get to work, because this card is saying that the key to unlocking your full potential is through hard work, dedication, and mastery, you know? So that's awesome. This is so good. I love this. Okay, but there's always a catch, right? It's also about not getting so caught up in the details that you lose sight of the bigger picture, right? It's about not being a perfectionist, it's about not being a workaholic, and it's about not neglecting other areas of your life in the pursuit of mastery, you know? So it's important to find that balance. It's important to prioritize your well-being, and it's important to remember that there's more to life than just work, you know? Okay, but so, let's actually connect it to everything else that we've already talked about, right? Because that's, where it gets really, really interesting. So, remember how we were talking about the devil and feeling trapped, right? Feeling stuck in these patterns, feeling like you're chained to something, right? Well, the Eight of Pentacles can be, the way to break free from those chains, right? It's you've been feeling trapped for so long, you've been feeling stuck for so long, and you've finally reached the point where you're okay, I'm done with this. I'm ready to break free. But how? The Eight of Pentacles is telling you that you're ready to work for it, right? And it's going to take effort, and it's going to take dedication, and it's going to take a willingness to learn and grow. But it's also going to be incredibly rewarding, because you're going to be creating something amazing, you're going to be mastering a new skill, and you're going to be transforming your life in the process, you know? It's not just going to happen, it's going to be work. So, this Eight of Pentacles is, giving you the tools you need to break free from those chains, right? It's giving you the skills you need to master your own destiny. And it's giving you the work ethic you need to create a life that you truly love, you know? And maybe the chains that bind you are, a bad habit, and you are ready to dedicate time every day to breaking that habit. Maybe the chains are not feeling skilled enough to move forward, so the Eight of Pentacles is telling you to put in the work and practice, practice, practice. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Eight of Pentacles can also represent getting so caught up in your work that you neglect other areas of your life, right? You can get so focused on your goals, so driven to succeed, and so obsessed with perfecting your craft that you forget about your relationships, your health, and your own well-being, you know? And that's a really easy trap to fall into, right? Because we live in a society that values hard work, that celebrates success, and that often equates our worth with our productivity, you know? So it's easy to get caught up in the hustle and to forget that there's more to life than just work, you know? It's all about finding the balance, right? But the Eight of Pentacles is urging you to find that balance, to prioritize your well-being, and to remember that there's more to life than just work, you know? It's saying, yes, hard work is important. Yes, dedication is essential. And yes, mastery is rewarding, but it's not worth sacrificing your health, your relationships, or your own happiness for. You know. So, don't let your work consume you, don't let it define you, and don't let it prevent you from living a full and balanced life, you know? Make time for the things that truly matter to you, prioritize your well being, and remember that there's more to life than just work, you know? So, it's really just all about that balance. And then, with the lovers, right? Oh my gosh, this is so good. So, remember how we were talking about making a big decision, about choosing between two paths, about aligning with your values, right? Well, the Eight of Pentacles can be the way to make that decision a reality, right? It's like you've made your choice, you've committed to your path, and now it's time to put in the work to make it happen, you know? It's like you're ready to dedicate yourself to your chosen path, you're ready to hone your skills, and you're ready to create something amazing, you know? So, this Eight of Pentacles is giving you the work ethic you need to make your dreams a reality, right? It's like giving you the dedication you need to stay committed to your path. And it's like giving you the skills you need to create something truly special, you know? You've picked your path, now you need to get to work. Now is the grind. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Eight of Pentacles can also represent getting so focused on your own goals that you neglect your relationships, right? You can get so caught up in your own work, so driven to succeed, and so obsessed with perfecting your craft that you forget about your partner, your friends, and your family, you know. And that's a really easy trap to fall into, right? Because we often think that our goals are more important than our relationships, that our success is more valuable than our connections, and that our own needs are more pressing than the needs of others, you know. It's important to remember that your relationships are just as important as your goals, that your connections are just as valuable as your success, and that the needs of others are just as pressing as your own, you know. The Eight of Pentacles is urging you to prioritize your relationships, to nurture your connections, and to remember that there's more to life than just your own goals, you know. It's saying, yes, your goals are important, yes, your success is valuable, and yes, your own needs are pressing, but they're not worth sacrificing your relationships for. You know, so don't let your work come between you and your loved ones, don't let it damage your relationships, and don't let it prevent you from connecting with the people who truly matter to you, you know. Make time for your loved ones, prioritize your relationships, and remember that there's more to life than just your own goals, you know? So it's all about keeping those boundaries. Okay, so let's connect this to the Two of Wands, right? Because, oh my gosh, this is getting so good. So remember how we were talking about feeling stuck, even though you have all these possibilities in front of you, right? Well, the Eight of Pentacles can be the thing that finally unsticks you, right? It's like you've been feeling stuck for so long, you've been feeling paralyzed by all the possibilities, and you've finally reached the point where you're okay, I can't do this anymore. I need to move forward. I need to take action. But how? The Eight of Pentacles is that how. Well, the Eight of Pentacles is saying that you're ready to roll up your sleeves, you're ready to get to work. Hey there, Sapphire Point lovers. Welcome to your reading and thank you for being here. So, if you were drawn to the Sapphire Point, which is all about centering, like finding that still point within, and the theme of silent resonance messages that echo deeply within your core being, then, yeah, this is definitely your reading. I'm so excited to see what these cards have to say about those unspoken messages. Okay, so first card out, we have the moon. Ooh, the moon. Immediately, what comes to mind is intuition, dreams, the subconscious. But also, illusion, things not being what they seem. It's like there's a veil, something hidden, something lurking in the shadows. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like these are messages that aren't being spoken out loud, things that are maybe being felt more than they're being said. So, the moon, right? This card often comes up when there's some kind of emotional undercurrent that you might not be fully aware of. Or maybe you are aware of it, but you're not really acknowledging it, Like pushing it down, trying to ignore it. But like the moon, it's always there, right? Even when it's hidden behind clouds, it's still exerting its influence, pulling at the tides. And that's exactly what these hidden emotions are doing. They're pulling at you, influencing your decisions, your reactions, even if you don't realize it. Think of it like this. Have you ever had that feeling where you just know something, but you can't explain why? Like a gut feeling about a person or a situation? That's the moon talking to you. That's your intuition trying to break through the surface. But sometimes, we're so caught up in our logical minds, in what we think we should do, that we ignore those inner whispers. We dismiss them as irrational or silly. But the thing is, your intuition is never wrong, It might be confusing sometimes, it might not always make sense in the moment, but it's always guiding you towards what's best for you. It's like a compass, pointing you in the right direction, even when you can't see the path ahead. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like these intuitive hits, these gut feelings, they're resonating within you, creating this inner knowing that's so powerful, so undeniable. But the challenge is learning to trust it, learning to listen to it, even when it goes against what everyone else is saying. Now, the moon can also represent illusions, right? Things not being what they seem. And this can show up in a few different ways. Maybe you're seeing someone or something through rose-colored glasses, Idealizing them, ignoring the red flags. Or maybe you're being deceived, either intentionally or unintentionally. Maybe someone is hiding something from you, or maybe you're hiding something from yourself. Ooh. Think about it. Are there any areas in your life where you're not being completely honest with yourself? Are you pretending that everything is okay when it's really not? Are you avoiding difficult conversations or uncomfortable truths? Because the moon is saying that it's time to face those things, to bring them out into the light. It's really important that you do this. It's like, imagine you're walking through a dark forest, right? And you can only see a few feet in front of you. You're stumbling around, bumping into things, feeling lost and confused. But then, the moon comes out from behind the clouds, and suddenly you can see the path ahead. You can see the obstacles in your way. You can navigate your way through the forest with confidence. That's what happens when you face your illusions, when you bring your hidden emotions to the surface. You gain clarity, you gain perspective, and you can move forward with a sense of purpose. It's like you're no longer being controlled by these unseen forces. You're taking control of your own life. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like these illusions are creating this dissonance within you, this feeling that something is off, that something isn't quite right. And the more you ignore it, the louder that dissonance becomes. It's like the volume is just turned up and turned up. But when you confront those illusions, when you see things as they really are, that dissonance fades away, and you find a sense of inner peace. It's like everything starts to align, to resonate in harmony. Now, another thing about the moon is that it's connected to the water element, right? And water represents emotions. So this card can also be a sign that you're feeling overwhelmed by your emotions, like they're too much to handle. Maybe you're experiencing a lot of anxiety or fear or sadness. Maybe you're feeling lost and confused, like you don't know which way to turn. It's like, imagine you're standing on a beach and the waves are crashing all around you. They're pulling you under, dragging you out to sea. You're struggling to stay afloat, but you're getting weaker and weaker. You're feeling like you're going to drown. The moon is a sign that you need to find a way to manage those emotions, to ride the waves instead of being overwhelmed by them. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like these overwhelming emotions are creating this chaotic energy within you, this feeling of being out of control. It's like your inner world is a storm and everything is being tossed around. But when you learn to manage those emotions, when you find a way to calm the storm, you create a sense of inner stillness, a sense of peace. And in that stillness, you can hear those silent messages, those whispers of your intuition. So, how do you manage those overwhelming emotions, right? Well, there are a few things you can do. One is to practice self-care, Take time for yourself to do things that make you feel good, things that relax you and recharge you. Maybe that's taking a bath, reading a book, going for a walk in nature, or spending time with loved ones. Another thing you can do is to talk about your feelings, right? Don't keep them bottled up inside. Find someone you trust, someone who will listen without judgment and share what you're going through. It can be so helpful to just get those emotions out in the open, to release them. And finally, you can try some grounding techniques, right? These are things that help you connect with your body and with the present moment. Maybe that's doing some deep breathing exercises, focusing on your senses, or spending time in nature. The point is to find something that brings you back to center, that helps you feel more grounded and stable. The moon is very feminine too, right? And there are things you can do in your life to help reconnect you with your feminine side. This doesn't necessarily mean you are a woman, but it could mean embracing your softer side, listening more, and just generally being okay with leaning into your feminine energy. This could mean allowing yourself to be taken care of, or just trusting that things will work out. Okay, wow, so that's the moon, right? It's all about intuition, illusions, and overwhelming emotions. And with the silent resonance theme, it's about learning to listen to those unspoken messages, to trust your inner knowing, and to find a sense of peace amidst the chaos. Okay, so I think that that's enough about the moon for now. Let's move on to the next card. Next up, we have the Nine of Wands. Okay, Nine of Wands. So immediately, this card speaks to resilience, right? Like you've been through a lot, you've faced some challenges, but you're still standing. You're a warrior, you're a survivor. You've got your defenses up, but you're ready for whatever comes next. But it also, kind of hints at being a little bit weary, a little bit guarded, Like you've been hurt before, and you don't want to get hurt again. So, Nine of Wands, right? This card often comes up when you're feeling like you're at the end of your rope, like you've given everything you have, and you don't know how much more you can take. Maybe you've been dealing with a difficult situation for a long time, and you're just exhausted, you're burned out. Maybe you've been betrayed or hurt in the past, and you're still carrying that pain with you. It's like, imagine you're standing in a battlefield, right? You're surrounded by enemies, you're covered in scars, and you're holding onto your last weapon. You're tired, you're wounded, but you're still fighting. You're not going to give up, you're not going to let them win. The Nine of Wands is a sign that you have the strength to keep going, even when it feels impossible. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this resilience, this inner strength. It's resonating within you, creating this unshakable sense of self. It's like you know who you are, you know what you're capable of, and you're not going to let anyone take that away from you. But the challenge is learning to let go of the past, to heal your wounds, and to open yourself up to new possibilities. Now, the Nine of Wands can also represent boundaries, right? Like, you've learned to protect yourself, to set limits, and to say no to things that don't serve you. You're not going to let people take advantage of you or walk all over you. You know your worth, and you're not afraid to stand up for yourself. But it also means that you might be a little too guarded, a little too closed off. You might be pushing people away, even the ones who care about you. Think about it. Are you building walls around your heart, keeping people at a distance? Are you afraid to be vulnerable, afraid to let anyone see the real you? Are you isolating yourself, thinking that you have to do everything on your own? Because the Nine of Wands is saying that it's okay to let your guard down sometimes, to trust others, and to ask for help when you need it. It's like, imagine you're living in a fortress, right? You're safe and secure behind your walls, but you're also alone. You're missing out on connection, on intimacy, on the joy of sharing your life with others. The Nine of Wands is a sign that you need to open the gates of your fortress, to let people in, and to allow yourself to be loved and supported. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like these boundaries, these walls, they're creating this echo chamber within you, amplifying your fears and insecurities. It's like you're trapped in your own head, listening to the same negative thoughts over and over again. But when you break down those walls, when you let people in, you create a sense of connection, a sense of belonging. And in that connection, you can find healing, you can find support, and you can find the courage to move forward. It's really important that you do this. Now, another thing about the Nine of Wands is that it's connected to the fire element, right? And fire represents passion, energy, and drive. So this card can also be a sign that you're feeling depleted, like you've lost your spark, your enthusiasm. Maybe you're feeling uninspired, unmotivated, like you're just going through the motions. Maybe you're feeling disconnected from your purpose, like you don't know why you're doing what you're doing. It's like, imagine you're trying to light a fire, but your wood is wet and your matches are damp. You're striking them over and over again, but nothing is happening. You're feeling frustrated, discouraged, like you're never going to get that fire going. The Nine of Wands is a sign that you need to find a way to rekindle your passion, to reignite your inner flame. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this lack of passion, this depletion of energy. It's creating this emptiness within you, this feeling of being hollow. It's like your inner world is a barren wasteland and nothing is growing. But when you find a way to rekindle your passion, when you reignite your inner flame, you create a sense of vitality, a sense of aliveness. And in that aliveness, you can find joy, you can find purpose, and you can find the motivation to pursue your dreams. So, how do you rekindle that passion, right? Well, there are a few things you can do. One is to reconnect with your values, Think about what's really important to you, what makes you feel alive, what gives your life meaning. And then, find ways to incorporate those values into your daily life. Another thing you can do is to try something new, right? Step outside of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and explore new possibilities. Maybe that's taking a class, learning a new skill, traveling to a new place, or trying a new hobby. The point is to shake things up, to break out of your routine, and to experience something different. And finally, you can focus on your strengths, right? What are you good at? What do you enjoy doing? What makes you feel confident and capable? And then, find ways to use those strengths to make a difference in the world. It can be so empowering to focus on what you're good at, to use your talents to help others, and to create something meaningful. And this helps you to get out of your head as well. This card is very physical as well. Maybe your body is just tired and it needs a break. This could be a sign to book a massage or just generally give yourself some time to relax. It also could be a sign that you are about to go through a huge change in your life, and the exhaustion is because you need to conserve your energy for all the new exciting things that are about to happen. Okay, wow, so that's the Nine of Wands, right? It's all about resilience, boundaries, and depletion of energy. And with the silent resonance theme, it's about learning to let go of the past, to open yourself up to new possibilities, and to find a way to rekindle your passion. Okay, so I think that that's enough about the Nine of Wands for now. Let's move on to the next card. We have the Two of Swords. Oh wow, okay, Two of Swords. Immediately, what comes to mind is a stalemate, right? Like you're at a crossroads, you have a decision to make, but you're feeling stuck, you're feeling indecisive. You're weighing your options, but you can't seem to come to a conclusion. You're blindfolded, so you can't see the way forward. It's like you're trapped in your own head, overthinking things, analyzing every possible outcome. So, Two of Swords, right? This card often comes up when you're facing a difficult choice, when you have to make a decision that could have a significant impact on your life. Maybe you're choosing between two different paths, two different careers, two different relationships. Maybe you're trying to decide whether to stay in your current situation or to move on to something new. It's like, imagine you're standing at a fork in the road, right? And you don't know which path to take. Both paths look equally appealing, but you also know that each path has its own set of challenges and rewards. You're feeling paralyzed by indecision, afraid of making the wrong choice. The Two of Swords is a sign that you need to trust your intuition, to listen to your inner wisdom, and to make a decision that aligns with your heart. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this indecision, this feeling of being stuck, It's creating this tension within you, this feeling of being pulled in two different directions. It's like your inner world is a tug-of-war and you're caught in the middle. But when you make a decision, when you choose a path, you release that tension, you find a sense of direction, and you can move forward with confidence. Now, the Two of Swords can also represent avoidance, right? Like, you're avoiding making a decision because you're afraid of the consequences. You're afraid of making the wrong choice, afraid of hurting someone, afraid of change. You're putting off the decision, hoping that it will somehow resolve itself. But the thing is, the longer you avoid it, the more stressful it becomes. Think about it. Are you procrastinating on a decision that you know you need to make? Are you avoiding difficult conversations, hoping that the problem will just go away? Are you pretending that everything is okay when it's really not? Because the Two of Swords is saying that it's time to face the music, to confront your fears, and to make a decision, even if it's a difficult one. It's like, imagine you're standing on a diving board, right? And you're looking down at the water and you're feeling scared. You're afraid of jumping, afraid of the impact, afraid of the unknown. But the longer you stand there, the more anxious you become. The Two of Swords is a sign that you need to take the leap, to trust yourself, and to know that you can handle whatever comes next. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this avoidance, this procrastination, it's creating this stagnation within you, this feeling of being stuck in a rut. It's like your inner world is a stagnant pool and nothing is flowing. But when you make a decision, when you take action, you create movement, you create energy, and you can move forward with a sense of purpose. It's very important that you do this. Now, another thing about the Two of Swords is that it's connected to the air element, right? And air represents thoughts, ideas, and communication. So this card can also be a sign that you're overthinking things, that you're getting lost in your head. Maybe you're analyzing every possible scenario, weighing every pro and con, and trying to control every outcome. Maybe you're listening to too many opinions, getting confused by conflicting advice. It's like, imagine you're trying to solve a puzzle, right? And you have all the pieces, but you can't seem to fit them together. You're getting frustrated, overwhelmed, like you're never going to figure it out. The Two of Swords is a sign that you need to step back, to clear your head, and to trust your intuition. You need to stop overthinking and start feeling. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this overthinking, this mental chatter. It's drowning out those silent messages, those whispers of your intuition. It's like your inner world is a crowded room and you can't hear yourself think. But when you quiet your mind, when you find a sense of stillness, you can create space for those messages to come through. You can connect with your inner wisdom and make a decision that aligns with your heart. So, how do you quiet your mind, right? Well, there are a few things you can do. One is to practice mindfulness, Focus on the present moment, pay attention to your breath, and observe your thoughts without judgment. When you notice your mind wandering, gently bring it back to the present. Another thing you can do is to meditate, right? Find a quiet place, sit comfortably, and focus on your breath or on a mantra. Let your thoughts come and go without getting attached to them. The point is to create a sense of inner peace, a sense of stillness. And finally, you can spend time in nature, right? Go for a walk in the woods, sit by a river, or watch the sunset. Nature has a way of calming the mind, of grounding the body, and of connecting you with something larger than yourself. This card is also about balance, right? Think about what things you can do to balance yourself out. This could be balancing your work life and your home life, or it could just mean finding time for yourself to do things that you enjoy. Maybe this means reevaluating what is important to you and changing your routine so that you are able to get the most enjoyment out of your life. You are in control of your life. Okay, wow, so that's the Two of Swords, right? It's all about stalemate, avoidance, and overthinking. And with the silent resonance theme, it's about learning to trust your intuition, to quiet your mind, and to make a decision that aligns with your heart. It's about trusting that you know what is best for you. This is what the Sapphire Point can help you to do. So yeah, that's the first three cards, the Moon, the Nine of Wands, and the Two of Swords. And wow, they're all connected, right? The Moon is about those hidden emotions, the Nine of Wands is about resilience and boundaries, and the Two of Swords is about making a difficult decision. And with the silent resonance theme, it's all about learning to listen to those unspoken messages, to trust your inner wisdom, and to move forward with confidence. I am super excited to see what the next card has in store for you. Okay, wow, so that's the Two of Swords, right? It's all about stalemate, avoidance, and overthinking. And with the silent resonance theme, it's about learning to trust your intuition, to quiet your mind, and to make a decision that aligns with your heart. It's about trusting that you know what is best for you. This is what the Sapphire Point can help you to do. So yeah, that's the first three cards: the Moon, the Nine of Wands, and the Two of Swords. And wow, they're all connected, right? The Moon is about those hidden emotions, the Nine of Wands is about resilience and boundaries, and the Two of Swords is about making a difficult decision. And with the silent resonance theme, it's all about learning to listen to those unspoken messages, to trust your inner wisdom, and to move forward with confidence. I am super excited to see what the next card has in store for you. Okay, drum roll please. And we have the Six of Pentacles. Okay, Six of Pentacles. So immediately, what comes to mind is generosity, right? Like giving and receiving, sharing your resources, charity, but also like balance. It's about finding that equilibrium between what you give and what you get. It's not just about money either, it's about time, energy, support, all those things. So, Six of Pentacles, right? This card often comes up when you're thinking about your finances, but not always in a straightforward way. It's like, are you being generous with your money, your time, your energy, or are you hoarding it all for yourself? And it's not about judging yourself, it's about becoming aware of your patterns. And it is also about the flip side. Are you able to receive? So often people are great at giving, but terrible at receiving. Think about it like this. Are you open to receiving help from others, or do you always try to do everything yourself? Are you comfortable accepting gifts, compliments, or expressions of appreciation? Because sometimes, the greatest act of generosity is allowing someone else to give to you, It completes the cycle. Maybe you're in a position where you're able to help others financially, or maybe you're the one who needs help. Either way, this card is asking you to consider the flow of abundance in your life. Are you creating a healthy cycle of giving and receiving, or is there some kind of blockage? It's like, imagine you're standing in the middle of a stream, right? And the water is flowing freely all around you. You can scoop up some water and drink it. You can use it to water your plants, or you can simply let it flow past you. The Six of Pentacles is about understanding that abundance is like that stream, it's always flowing, and you have the ability to tap into it whenever you need it. But you also have a responsibility to keep the stream clean and flowing for others. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like these acts of generosity, or lack thereof, they're resonating within you, creating a sense of either abundance or scarcity. It's like, if you're constantly giving without receiving, you might start to feel depleted, resentful, like you're being taken advantage of. But if you're constantly receiving without giving, you might start to feel guilty, indebted, like you're not contributing your fair share. But when you find that balance, when you create that healthy cycle of giving and receiving, you create a sense of inner harmony, a sense of abundance that radiates outward. It's like everything just starts to flow more easily. This is such an important card because it is so relational. You have to be aware of other people to really understand how this card plays out in your life. Now, remember that Two of Swords, that stalemate? Maybe that indecision is related to this Six of Pentacles energy. Maybe you're struggling to decide how to share your resources, or maybe you're unsure whether to ask for help. You could be stuck between wanting to be generous and feeling like you need to protect what you have, or between needing help and feeling too proud to ask for it. It is a tricky balance to strike, and I can see how the Two of Swords comes into play in your situation. I wonder if maybe you are being asked to give when you don't have the resources to give, or if you are being asked to give something that is very important to you. Or maybe you are the one who is asking for too much. This card asks you to take a good, long look at your relationships and see who is taking advantage of you and who you may be taking advantage of. Remember that energy flows both ways. Think about it. Are you avoiding a decision about money, about resources, because you're afraid of the consequences? Are you putting off a conversation about finances, hoping that the problem will just go away? Are you pretending that everything is okay when it's really not? Because the Six of Pentacles is saying that it's time to face the music, to confront your fears, and to make a decision that aligns with your values, with your sense of fairness and justice. It's like you're at a crossroads and you need to decide which path to take. One path leads to generosity, to abundance, to a healthy cycle of giving and receiving. The other path leads to scarcity, to resentment, to a blockage in the flow of abundance. You are the one in control of your life, even if it doesn't feel like it all the time. And the Six of Pentacles is urging you to choose the path of generosity, to trust that there is enough for everyone, and to create a world where everyone has what they need. It isn't always easy, but you can start by looking at your close relationships. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this avoidance, this procrastination, it's creating this stagnation within you, this feeling of being stuck in a rut. It's like your inner world is a stagnant pool and nothing is flowing. But when you make a decision, when you take action, you create movement, you create energy, and you can move forward with a sense of purpose. This is really resonating, and I am just so excited to see how it plays out. Okay, but let's loop back to the moon for a second, right? Because the moon is all about those hidden emotions, those subconscious patterns. And maybe those hidden emotions are influencing your relationship with money, with resources. Maybe you have some deep-seated beliefs about wealth, about poverty, about deservingness that are affecting your ability to give and receive. This is a very real possibility, so please take some time to really consider it. Maybe you grew up in a household where money was scarce, where there was always a struggle to make ends meet. And maybe that experience has created a fear of lack, a belief that there will never be enough. Or maybe you grew up in a household where money was abundant, but where it was also tied to your worth, where you had to earn your parents' love and approval through your achievements. And maybe that experience has created a need to constantly prove yourself, a fear of being seen as inadequate. Or maybe it is neither of these. It's like, imagine you're a child and you're watching your parents argue about money. You're hearing them say things like, "We can't afford that," or "Money doesn't grow on trees." And maybe those words are getting ingrained in your subconscious, creating a belief that money is a source of stress, a source of conflict. And then, as you grow older, you start to unconsciously sabotage your own financial success because you don't want to experience that same stress, that same conflict. The Six of Pentacles, combined with the moon, is asking you to examine those hidden emotions, those subconscious patterns, and to release them, to heal them. It is a very emotional and sensitive place, and it is important to be kind to yourself in this process. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like these hidden emotions are creating this dissonance within you, this feeling that something is off, that something isn't quite right. It's like the volume is just turned up and turned up. But when you confront those emotions, when you bring them out into the light, that dissonance fades away and you find a sense of inner peace. It's like everything starts to align, to resonate in harmony. You are worthy of happiness, success, and love. So ask yourself, what are your beliefs about money? Are they empowering you or are they limiting you? Do you believe that you deserve to be wealthy, to be abundant? Or do you believe that you're not good enough, that you don't deserve it? Do you believe that money is a force for good in the world? Or do you believe that it's the root of all evil? Really, really dig deep and consider these questions. There is no right or wrong answer. The point is to become aware of your beliefs, to understand how they're affecting your life, and to choose beliefs that support your highest good. You might be surprised at what you discover. You might realize that you've been carrying around some really old, outdated beliefs that are no longer serving you. And once you become aware of those beliefs, you can start to change them. You can start to reprogram your subconscious mind with new, more empowering beliefs. And as you do that, you'll start to see a shift in your financial reality. You'll start to attract more abundance into your life. You'll start to feel more confident, more deserving, more worthy of success. Also, remember the feminine energy we talked about with the moon? This card is also asking you to look at how you value yourself. Are you undervaluing your skills, your talents, your time? Are you giving away your services for free, or are you charging what you're worth? Are you afraid to ask for a raise, afraid to negotiate your salary? It can also mean you are going above and beyond your duties to help others, and while it is admirable, it is tiring you out. Because the thing is, when you undervalue yourself, you're sending a message to the universe that you don't deserve abundance. You're saying that you're not worthy of being paid fairly for your work, and the universe will respond accordingly. It will give you exactly what you think you deserve. But when you value yourself, when you know your worth, you're sending a different message to the universe. You're saying that you deserve to be paid well for your skills, that you deserve to be treated with respect, and the universe will respond accordingly. It will start to bring you opportunities that align with your value system. You will be so happy when you are able to find the right balance in your life. Okay, so we've talked about the moon and those hidden emotions, but what about that Nine of Wands, right? That resilience, those boundaries, that feeling of being depleted. Because maybe you're being generous to a fault, giving so much of yourself that you're burning out, that you're neglecting your own needs. This is a real thing to look out for. Maybe you're the type of person who always puts others first, who always goes the extra mile, who always says yes, even when you're exhausted. And maybe you're doing it because you want to be helpful, because you want to be liked, because you want to avoid conflict. But the thing is, when you're constantly giving without receiving, you're not only depleting your own energy, you're also enabling others to take advantage of you. And eventually, you're going to reach a breaking point. You're going to burn out. You're going to become resentful. You're going to start to feel like you're being used. Is this something you are doing? Take some time to really analyze this. It's like, imagine you're a caregiver and you're taking care of a sick family member. You're spending all your time and energy tending to their needs, making sure they're comfortable, giving them their medication. And you're neglecting your own needs, your own health, your own well-being. You're not getting enough sleep, you're not eating properly, you're not exercising. And eventually, you're going to get sick yourself. You're going to become exhausted. You're going to start to feel resentful towards the person you're caring for. The Six of Pentacles, in relation to the Nine of Wands, is asking you to set some boundaries, to protect your energy, to prioritize your own well-being. You can't pour from an empty cup, you know? You need to take care of yourself first, so that you have the energy and the resources to help others. You need to find a way to give without depleting yourself, to be generous without sacrificing your own needs. I know you can do it. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this depletion of energy is creating this emptiness within you, this feeling of being hollow. It's like your inner world is a barren wasteland and nothing is growing. But when you set those boundaries, when you protect your energy, you create a sense of vitality, a sense of aliveness. And in that aliveness, you can find joy, you can find purpose, and you can find the motivation to pursue your dreams. It is amazing to see how it all plays out. So, ask yourself, are you setting healthy boundaries in your relationships? Are you saying no when you need to? Are you prioritizing your own needs? Are you taking time for yourself to recharge, to replenish your energy? Are you asking for help when you need it? It is a very important thing to do. You might realize that you've been so focused on giving to others that you've forgotten to give to yourself. You might realize that you've been afraid to say no, afraid to disappoint others, afraid to be seen as selfish. But the truth is, it's not selfish to prioritize your own well-being. It's essential. It's necessary for your own survival. And when you start to prioritize your own needs, you'll actually be able to give more effectively to others. You'll be able to give from a place of abundance, not from a place of scarcity. What a beautiful concept. And remember that resilience we talked about with the Nine of Wands. This card is also a sign that you have the strength to overcome any financial challenges you're facing. You've been through a lot, you've faced some difficult situations, but you're still standing. You're a warrior, you're a survivor. You've got your defenses up, but you're ready for whatever comes next. And the Six of Pentacles is saying that you're not alone. There are people who want to help you, people who care about you, people who are willing to offer their support. You just need to be open to receiving it. This card can also represent receiving help. Maybe you're the one who needs a little assistance right now, and that's okay. It's okay to ask for help when you need it. It doesn't make you weak, it doesn't make you a failure. It just makes you human. And there are people in your life who are willing to lend a hand, whether it's financial assistance, emotional support, or just a listening ear. You might even be surprised by who steps up to help you. Sometimes, the people we least expect are the ones who are most generous with their time and resources. But it's also important to be discerning about who you accept help from. Make sure that you're not accepting help from someone who has ulterior motives, someone who is trying to control you or manipulate you. Make sure that you're accepting help from someone who genuinely cares about your well-being, someone who is offering their support with no strings attached. Trust your intuition, listen to your inner wisdom, and choose wisely. Okay, so with all that said, let's bring it back to the sapphire point, right? Because the sapphire point is all about centering, about finding that still point within, about connecting with your inner wisdom. And the Six of Pentacles is asking you to find that center point in your relationship with money, with resources, with giving and receiving. It's asking you to find that balance point where you're able to be generous without depleting yourself, where you're able to receive without feeling guilty, where you're able to create a healthy cycle of abundance in your life. This is also a sign that you need to find balance in your life. This could mean balancing your work life and your home life, or it could just mean finding time for yourself to do things that you enjoy. Maybe this means reevaluating what is important to you and changing your routine so that you are able to get the most enjoyment out of your life. It is a really important thing to consider. It's like, imagine you're standing on a seesaw, right? And you're trying to find that perfect balance point where both sides are level. You can't be too far to one side or you'll tip over. You need to find that center point where everything is in equilibrium. And that's what the sapphire point is helping you to do. It's helping you to find that center point in your life, where everything is in balance, where everything is flowing smoothly. The centering is a great image for what you need in your life right now. So, take some time to meditate with your sapphire point, to connect with its energy, and to ask for guidance on how to find that balance point in your life. Ask for guidance on how to be more generous, how to be more receptive, how to create a healthy cycle of abundance. Ask for guidance on how to set healthy boundaries, how to protect your energy, how to prioritize your own well-being. And trust that you will receive the answers you need. You will be so surprised at what you are able to create. Okay, wow, so that's the Six of Pentacles, right? It's all about generosity, balance, and abundance. And with the silent resonance theme, it's about learning to create a healthy cycle of giving and receiving, to set healthy boundaries, and to prioritize your own well-being. This is all tied so beautifully into the sapphire. And how does this all resonate with you? What are your initial thoughts? I am just so excited to see what the next cards have in store for you. Okay, wow, so that's the Six of Pentacles, right? It's all about generosity, balance, and abundance. And with the silent resonance theme, it's about learning to create a healthy cycle of giving and receiving, to set healthy boundaries, and to prioritize your own well-being. This is all tied so beautifully into the sapphire. And how does this all resonate with you? What are your initial thoughts? I am just so excited to see what the next cards have in store for you. Okay, drumroll please. And we have the Fool. Oh my gosh, the Fool. This is so exciting. Okay, so immediately what comes to mind is new beginnings, right? Like taking a leap of faith, stepping into the unknown with optimism and trust. It's like you're standing at the edge of a cliff, right? And you don't know what's below, but you're willing to jump anyway because you trust that everything will be okay. There's a sense of innocence and pure potential here. It's like the universe is saying, go for it. Don't be afraid to try something new. You've got this. But the Fool is also about a journey, right? It's not just about the destination, it's about the experience along the way. It's about learning, growing, and discovering new things about yourself and the world around you. The Fool often carries a bag with them, which contains all of their worldly possessions and the tools they will need on their journey. This shows they are prepared for anything. It is also about living in the moment, right? Like not getting too caught up in the past or the future, but just focusing on what's happening right now. It's about being present, being mindful, and savoring every moment. So, the Fool, right? This card often comes up when you're on the verge of a major life change. Maybe you're starting a new job, a new relationship, or a new project. Maybe you're moving to a new city, a new country, or a new phase of your life. Or maybe you are ready to just start something new. It is like a blank canvas, right? And it's asking you to embrace that newness, to step into it with courage and enthusiasm. The world is your oyster. You are about to begin the process of becoming who you were truly meant to be. There is just so much potential in this card. The only thing that could make this a bad card is if you are being reckless, right? Like rushing into things without thinking them through or ignoring the potential consequences of your actions. The Fool is about taking risks, but it's also about being responsible. It's about trusting your intuition, but it's also about using your common sense. But sometimes you just have to trust. Think about it like this. Have you ever had that feeling where you just know that something is right for you, even though it doesn't make logical sense? Like, your head is telling you one thing, but your heart is telling you something else? That's the Fool talking to you. That's your intuition guiding you towards your true path. It is like a little voice in your head that won't go away. It doesn't necessarily tell you what to do, but it does tell you what not to do. And it is important to listen to it. So trust that feeling and take the leap. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this new beginning is resonating within you, creating a sense of excitement, a sense of anticipation, a sense of possibility. It's like your inner world is buzzing with energy, and you can't wait to see what happens next. But also, there is a real reason for that energy, right? It is more than just blind hope. It is the feeling that you are on the right track. It is the feeling that you are finally living your truth. This is what makes this card so powerful. It is the perfect alignment of your inner and outer worlds. So get excited. Okay, so how does this relate to those other cards we pulled, right? Because that's where it gets really interesting. Let's start with the Moon. The Moon is all about those hidden emotions, those illusions, those subconscious patterns. And the Fool is saying, yes, those things are there, but don't let them hold you back. Don't let your fears, your doubts, your limiting beliefs prevent you from taking that leap of faith. The Moon can sometimes represent anxiety about the future, but the Fool sees a future full of possibilities, not potential dangers. The Moon can sometimes make you question yourself, right? To wonder if you are good enough, smart enough, or capable enough. The Fool is saying that you are enough, that you have everything you need to succeed. The Moon is about the past, about the things that have happened to you in your life that have shaped who you are today. The Fool is about the future, about the person you are becoming, about the life you are creating. It's like, imagine you're walking through a dark forest, right? And the Moon is shining down on you, revealing all the shadows, all the dangers, all the things that could go wrong. And you're feeling scared, you're feeling anxious, you're feeling like you want to turn back. But then the Fool comes along and says, hey, don't worry about all that, just keep walking. Trust that everything will be okay. Focus on the path ahead, not on the things that could trip you up. The Moon makes you proceed with caution, but the Fool asks you to not be afraid. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like those hidden emotions, those illusions, they're still resonating within you, but they're not as loud, they're not as powerful. The Fool's optimism, the Fool's enthusiasm, it's drowning them out. It's like you're turning up the volume on your inner voice, and you're tuning out all the negativity. You are ready to take the leap of faith and see what is on the other side. So, trust your inner voice and don't let those fears hold you back. You are ready for this new beginning. Think about it. Are there any areas in your life where you've been holding back because of fear, because of doubt, because of limiting beliefs? Are there any dreams that you've been too afraid to pursue? Are there any risks that you've been too afraid to take? The Fool is saying that now is the time to let go of those fears, to embrace the unknown, and to step into your full potential. Maybe you've been wanting to start your own business, but you're afraid of failing. Maybe you've been wanting to travel the world, but you're afraid of the unknown. Maybe you've been wanting to start a new relationship, but you're afraid of getting hurt. The Fool is saying that those fears are just illusions, that they're not real. That you are strong enough, brave enough, and capable enough to handle whatever comes your way. So, trust yourself and take that leap of faith. You might be surprised at what you discover. You might find that you're more resilient, more resourceful, and more courageous than you ever thought possible. You might find that the journey is even more rewarding than the destination. You will learn so much along the way. You might even find that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. This card is about trusting that the universe has your back. It is about knowing that you are not alone on this journey. So, trust the universe and let it guide you. Okay, so let's move on to the Nine of Wands, right? Because that's another really interesting connection. The Nine of Wands is all about resilience, boundaries, and that feeling of being depleted. You've been through a lot, you've faced some challenges, and you're feeling a little bit weary. But you're still standing, you're still fighting, and you're still ready to defend yourself. The Fool is saying, yes, you've been through a lot, but don't let that make you guarded. Don't let that make you closed off. Don't let that prevent you from opening yourself up to new experiences. The Nine of Wands can sometimes make you want to build walls around your heart, right? To protect yourself from getting hurt again. The Fool is saying that it's okay to let your guard down, to be vulnerable, to trust others. The Nine of Wands is about the past, about the things that have hurt you in your life that have made you want to protect yourself. The Fool is about the future, about the people you're going to meet, about the experiences you're going to have, about the love you're going to find. The Fool isn't naive. It's not like you should abandon your healthy boundaries completely, but the card encourages you to not let past hurts dictate your future. It's like, imagine you're standing in a fortress, right? And you're feeling safe and secure behind your walls. But you're also feeling lonely, you're feeling isolated, you're feeling like you're missing out on life. Then the Fool comes along and says, hey, open up those gates. Let some people in, let some love in, let some joy in, don't be afraid to be vulnerable. The world isn't as scary as you think it is. It is about allowing yourself to be open to new experiences. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like those boundaries, those walls, they're still resonating within you, but they're not as strong, they're not as impenetrable. The Fool's optimism, the Fool's enthusiasm, it's softening them, it's making them more flexible. It's like you're realizing that you don't have to protect yourself so much, that you can trust others, that you can let your guard down. You are ready to open yourself up to new experiences. You can be both safe and open at the same time. Think about it. Are there any areas in your life where you've been keeping people at a distance because you're afraid of getting hurt? Are there any relationships that you've been avoiding because you're afraid of being vulnerable? Are there any experiences that you've been missing out on because you're afraid of getting disappointed? This card is about taking the steps to avoid disappointment while still living your life to the fullest. Maybe you've been hurt in past relationships and you're afraid of getting hurt again. Maybe you've been betrayed by friends and you're afraid of trusting anyone new. Maybe you've been disappointed by past experiences and you're afraid of trying anything new. The Fool is saying that those fears are just memories, that they're not your destiny, that you can create new experiences, new relationships, new memories that are full of love, joy, and trust. You don't have to let old hurts dictate your future. So, trust yourself and open up your heart. You might be surprised at what you find. You might find that there are people who are worthy of your trust, people who will love you unconditionally, people who will support you through thick and thin. You might find that there are experiences that are even more amazing than you ever imagined. You might even find that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Okay, so what about the Two of Swords, right? Because that's another really important connection. The Two of Swords is all about that stalemate, that indecision, that feeling of being stuck. You're at a crossroads, you have a decision to make, but you're feeling paralyzed by fear, by doubt, by overthinking. The Fool is saying, stop thinking so much, just do it. Take a leap of faith, trust your intuition. The answer will come to you. You don't have to know every single detail before starting something new. The Two of Swords can sometimes make you want to avoid making a decision, right? To procrastinate, to put it off, to hope that it will somehow resolve itself. The Fool is saying that the only way to resolve the decision is to make it, to take action, to move forward. The Two of Swords is about the past, about the things that have confused you in your life that have made you want to avoid making a decision. The Fool is about the future, about the clarity you're going to find, about the direction you're going to take, about the purpose you're going to discover. This card doesn't advocate recklessness, but rather action with an open heart. It's like, imagine you're standing at a fork in the road, right? And you don't know which path to take. You're weighing your options, you're analyzing every possible outcome, and you're feeling completely overwhelmed. Then, the Fool comes along and says, hey, stop thinking so much, just pick a path. Trust that it will lead you where you need to go. If it doesn't, you can always turn around and try another one. It's about trusting that no decision is truly permanent. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like that indecision, that stalemate, it's still resonating within you, but it's not as strong, it's not as paralyzing. The fool's optimism, the fool's enthusiasm, it's breaking through the confusion, it's clearing the path. It's like you're realizing that you don't have to have all the answers, that you can trust your intuition, that you can make a decision and see where it leads. You are ready to take action and move forward. Think about it. Are there any decisions that you've been putting off because you're afraid of making the wrong choice? Are there any paths that you've been avoiding because you're afraid of the unknown? Are there any opportunities that you've been missing out on because you're afraid of failing? Maybe you've been wanting to change careers, but you're afraid of leaving your comfort zone. Maybe you've been wanting to move to a new city, but you're afraid of being alone. Maybe you've been wanting to start a new project, but you're afraid of not being good enough. The Fool is saying that those fears are just excuses, that they're preventing you from living your best life. So, trust yourself and make a decision. You might be surprised at what you discover. You might find that you're more adaptable, more resourceful, and more creative than you ever thought possible. You might find that the journey is even more fulfilling than you ever imagined. You might even find that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. This card is about trusting that the universe is guiding you towards your true purpose. So, trust the universe and take the leap. Okay, so let's talk about the Six of Pentacles, right? Because this card is all about generosity, balance, and abundance. And the Fool is shaking that up too. It's saying, be generous, but also be open to receiving. Find balance, but don't be afraid to take risks. Embrace abundance, but don't let it define you. This card is like a breath of fresh air. The Fool is saying, let go of your expectations, let go of your attachments, and just enjoy the ride. The Six of Pentacles can sometimes make you want to control the flow of abundance, right? To hoard it, to protect it, to make sure that you always have enough. The Fool is saying that abundance is like a river. It's always flowing, and you can't control it. The only thing you can do is to open yourself up to it, to let it flow through you, and to share it with others. It's like, imagine you're standing in a garden, right? And you're trying to control the growth of the plants. You're watering them, you're fertilizing them, you're pruning them, and you're feeling stressed out because you're afraid that they won't grow properly. Then, the Fool comes along and says, hey, relax, let nature take its course. Trust that the plants will grow if you give them the right conditions. Just enjoy the beauty of the garden. It is all about enjoying the abundance that is all around you. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like that need to control, that need to hoard, it's still resonating within you, but it's not as strong, it's not as consuming. The Fool's optimism, the Fool's enthusiasm, it's loosening your grip, it's allowing you to let go. It's like you're realizing that abundance is not something that you have to earn, that it's something that you deserve, that it's something that's always available to you. You are ready to open yourself up to the flow of abundance. Think about it. Are there any areas in your life where you're trying to control the flow of abundance? Are you afraid of losing money? Are you afraid of not having enough? Are you afraid of being taken advantage of? It is so important to consider these questions. Maybe you've been working really hard to save money, but you're afraid to spend it. Maybe you've been giving generously to others, but you're afraid to ask for help when you need it. The Fool is saying that those fears are just illusions, that they're preventing you from experiencing true abundance. The Sapphire Point is so important with this card. It reminds you to stay centered, even when you're taking risks, even when you're stepping into the unknown. It helps you to trust your intuition, to connect with your inner wisdom, and to make decisions that are aligned with your highest good. It is like your anchor, keeping you grounded even when you are flying high. So, trust your Sapphire Point and let it guide you on this journey. You are ready to experience the magic of the Fool. Also, the Fool is calling you to embrace your authentic self, even if it means going against the grain. This card often represents individuality and nonconformity, encouraging you to express your unique talents and perspectives without fear of judgment. It may be time to break free from societal expectations and forge your own path, trusting that your true self knows the way. What makes you different is what makes you special. You can embrace your individuality while still staying true to your values. This is really the key here. Okay, so, like with all of these cards combined, right? It's like you're being called to embark on a new adventure, to embrace the unknown, to trust your intuition, to let go of your fears, and to open yourself up to new possibilities. It's a really exciting time, but it can also be a little bit scary. But the thing is, you're not alone. You have the strength, the resilience, and the wisdom to handle whatever comes your way. And you have the support of the universe, the guidance of your sapphire point, and the love of the people in your life. You have so much to be thankful for. And don't forget those unspoken messages that echo deeply within. With all of that being said, think about where you want to go, right? Because this is a journey that you are about to embark on. Think about what is most important to you and what you want to experience. What do you want to learn? Who do you want to meet? What do you want to create? It doesn't have to be something big. It can be as simple as wanting to laugh more or as big as wanting to change the world. You are in control of your journey. And remember, the Fool doesn't have a specific destination in mind. The journey itself is the reward. Embrace the detours, the unexpected encounters, and the lessons learned along the way. Trust that each experience will contribute to your growth and self-discovery. The real destination is becoming who you were truly meant to be. You are in control of your own life. Okay, wow, so that's the Fool, right? It's all about new beginnings, trust, and embracing the unknown. How is this resonating with you? I am just so excited to see what the final card has in store. Okay, wow, so that's the Fool, right? It's all about new beginnings, trust, and embracing the unknown. How is this resonating with you? I'm just so excited to see what the final card has in store. Okay, drum roll please. And the final card is the Nine of Swords. Oh my gosh. Okay, Nine of Swords. So immediately what comes to mind is anxiety, right? Like worry, fear, sleepless nights, that feeling of being trapped in your own head. It's like you're lying in bed at 3 a.m. and your mind is racing and you can't shut it off. You're replaying all the mistakes you've ever made, you're imagining all the things that could go wrong, and you're feeling completely overwhelmed. This card is heavy, right? But it is trying to get you to a better place. There's a sense of being trapped by your own thoughts, by your own fears. It's like you're creating your own prison, and you're the only one who can set yourself free. But even though it's a tough card, it's also a call to action, right? It's saying, okay, you're feeling anxious, you're feeling worried, but you don't have to stay there. You can take steps to manage your anxiety, to overcome your fears, and to find a sense of peace. So, Nine of Swords, right? This card often comes up when you're dealing with a lot of stress, when you're feeling overwhelmed by your responsibilities, when you're facing a difficult situation. Maybe you're worried about your job, about your relationships, about your health, about your future. Maybe you're feeling like you're not good enough, like you're not capable of handling everything that's on your plate. Maybe you're feeling like you're failing, like you're letting everyone down. I am pretty sure we all feel like this at some point, right? It's like, imagine you're drowning, right? And you're gasping for air, and you're struggling to stay afloat, and you're feeling like you're going to sink any minute. You're feeling completely helpless, completely hopeless. This card does not have to define you, but be aware that it is a very real possibility. The Nine of Swords is a sign that you need to take a step back, to breathe, and to find a way to manage your stress. It's a sign that you need to ask for help, to reach out to others, and to remember that you're not alone. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this anxiety is resonating within you, creating a sense of turmoil, a sense of chaos, a sense of unease. It's like your inner world is a battlefield, and your thoughts are the weapons, and you're constantly attacking yourself. This is a place that you don't want to live in, and you don't have to. It is something that you can take control of. But when you learn to manage your anxiety, when you find a sense of inner peace, that turmoil subsides, that chaos calms down, and that unease dissipates. It's like your inner world becomes a sanctuary, a safe place where you can rest, where you can recharge, and where you can connect with your true self. This is what we are striving for. This is what we want to achieve. Now, the Nine of Swords can also represent guilt, right? Like feeling bad about something you've done, feeling like you've hurt someone, feeling like you've made a mistake. Maybe you're replaying a past event in your head, and you're beating yourself up about it, and you're wishing you could have done things differently. Or maybe you're feeling guilty about something you're currently doing and you're afraid of getting caught and you're afraid of the consequences. Please be sure to give yourself some grace. We all make mistakes, and it is okay. If you are feeling overwhelming guilt, then this is something that you need to work on for sure. Think about it. Are you holding onto guilt about something you've done in the past? Are you replaying it in your head over and over again? Are you letting it affect your present and your future? Because this card is saying that it's time to forgive yourself, to let go of the past, and to move on. It's saying that you can't change what happened, but you can learn from it, and you can use it to become a better person. So please start to make that change. It's like, imagine you're carrying a heavy weight on your shoulders, right? And it's weighing you down, and it's making it hard to move forward. It is exhausting, right? The Nine of Swords is a sign that you need to put down that weight, to release that guilt, and to free yourself from the burden of the past. Also, I bet you are tired too, right? Maybe this is a good opportunity to take a nap. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this guilt is creating a dissonance within you, a feeling of being out of alignment with your true self. It's like your inner world is a battlefield, and your conscience is the judge, and you're constantly being punished for your mistakes. It feels terrible. But when you forgive yourself, when you release that guilt, that dissonance fades away, and you find a sense of inner harmony, a sense of alignment with your true self. It's like your inner world becomes a sanctuary, a place where you can feel loved, where you can feel accepted, and where you can feel at peace. Now, another thing about the Nine of Swords is that it's connected to the element of air, right? And air represents thoughts, communication, and ideas. So, this card can also be a sign that you're overthinking things, that you're getting lost in your head, that you're analyzing every possible scenario, and that you're creating unnecessary stress for yourself. It's like you're building a mountain out of a molehill, and you're worrying about things that are unlikely to happen, and you're catastrophizing everything. It happens, right? Think about it. Are you spending too much time in your head? Are you overthinking things? Are you creating unnecessary stress for yourself? Are you worrying about things that are unlikely to happen? It is very easy to fall into this pattern. Because this card is saying that you need to get out of your head, to connect with your body, to connect with your senses, and to focus on the present moment. It's saying that you need to stop worrying about the future, to stop dwelling on the past, and to start living in the now. Also, remember to hydrate, and maybe even treat yourself to a yummy snack. It's like, imagine you're watching a movie, right? And you're so caught up in the plot, and you're so invested in the characters, and you're so worried about what's going to happen next. It is so fun, but you need to take a break. The Nine of Swords is a sign that you need to pause the movie, to step back from the screen, and to remind yourself that it's just a movie, that it's not real life. It's a sign that you need to get out of your head and to connect with your surroundings. So, please do so. And with the silent resonance theme, it's like this overthinking is drowning out those silent messages, those whispers of your intuition. It's like your inner world is a crowded room and you can't hear yourself think. How many times have you told yourself that, right? But when you quiet your mind, when you find a sense of stillness, you can create space for those messages to come through, and you can connect with your inner wisdom, and you can find the answers you're seeking. It's like your inner world becomes a sanctuary, a place where you can hear your own voice, where you can